Morning everyone and welcome to Grand Final Day here in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. We've got a massive day of football coming up, starting with the Reserves Grand Final between Jurien Bay and Cervantes before we roll into the big dance. In the League Grand Final, it's Jurien Bay and Dandaragan. I'm James Gardner, your commentator for today, and have a look at this ground. One of the more scenic grounds you will ever go to here in Lancelin, right on the water. The wind coming in a south-southwesterly direction, about 25 kilometres per hour, blowing directly across to us. But this is a picturesque football ground. Do yourself a favour, come to Lancelin if you ever get the chance, and come to this football ground because it is beautiful. Ground is looking a treat here for the Grand Final Day for 2024. Doing it all thanks to Bendigo Bank, who are our streaming rights sponsor here on Filming Footy. Great supporters of country football right across the state, but particularly in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. The Central Midlands Coastal, they competed in the Division 2 Grand Final this year at Country Week. They went down to the GNFL in that game, but they are out here responding here in their Grand Final. Good crowd starting to build. Both teams now out on the ground for the Grand Final for the Reserves in 2024. As I mentioned, a massive day for Jurien. They've got both their reserves and their league side in today. Cervantes, they head in as the underdog in the Reserves Grand Final, as we take a look at how these two sides finished off and how they got to this point here on Grand Final Day. To begin with, the favourites, the Jurien Bay Bulldogs, they finished first. They were 3 games clear on top of the ladder with a percentage of 237, if you don't mind. They won the second semi 59-9 over Cervantes a couple of weeks ago. In previous matches this season, in the regular season, it was 58-19, 99-34, 62-19, all to the good of the Bulldogs, who lost just 2 games in the regular season in 2024. Players to look out for Jurien. Harrison Park, he's kicked 53 goals in 13 games, pretty good average there. And Rhett Milliken, who's kicked 11 goals for Cervantes. Cervantes, they finished second with 7 wins, 5 losses, 122% was their percentage. They lost the second semi, as I mentioned, by 50 points to Jurien, before defeating Mora last weekend in the prelim final by 8 points. And Michael Thompson up forward for them. He's kicked 29 goals from 11 games, expecting a big performance from him as both sides begin their warm-ups. The umpires have now entered the arena. A big day for them as well, as all involved. And this is just a stat for you. Cervantes have been in the last 10 Reserves Grand Finals. That's right, this is their 10th straight Reserves Grand Final. They've had a stranglehold over the competition in the league and the reserves in recent times, although recently, in the last 4 years, if Dandaragan happen to win in the League Grand Final today, then they will have completed the rotation of premierships, with the last 4 all being different premiers. So there's a couple of stats to keep an eye out for, but as we prepare for the Reserves Grand Final, first and foremost, you're on Filming Footy. James Gardner calling all the action from Lancelin. As I mentioned, picture perfect day. The wind, well, it's going to be a factor, but it won't be any real advantage for either side. It's blowing directly across the ground into our face. As you can see, the beach in the background, the swell is up, the seagulls are around, and there are cars lined right around the ground on the broadcast wing today. Big crowd in attendance, obviously good support for Jurien Bay, good support for Cervantes, and a few Dandaragan supporters starting to filter through, but also really good from the Pirates, the Lancelin Football Club, to be here today and running the show. Earlier today we had the Hockey Grand Final, and it was Cervantes who defeated Mora 2-0 to take home the Hockey Grand Final. Over on the back courts we have the netball as well. That's to the left of screen, so plenty happening here in the Central Midlands Coastal throughout today. We must thank our sponsors, Bendigo Bank, the Community Bank, Gingin and Lancelin. And how about this? They not only give you access to award-winning financial products and service, but they're also committed to returning profits to their local communities. Where else can great banking create such a positive local impact with $3.5 million, that's right, $3.5 million in community contributions put back into the Shire of Gingin and counting. They are doing great things. It's a win-win where you bank with Bendigo. Your banking has helped support the clubs, projects and organisations at the heart of our community. And we'll get Bendigo representative Rob Kestel, the director of the Community Bank Gingin and Lancelin board, up at half-time of the Senior Grand Final to discuss all the work that Bendigo Bank are doing, not only in the Central Midlands coastal, but right around WA. They are great supporters of country football. The player of the day, we're on the lookout with thanks to Endeavour Tavern Lancelin, WA's best beer garden, open 7 days. Breathtaking views from the beer garden, wide variety of beverages, restaurant full of tasty lunch and dinner menu options. Have a flutter in the TAB if you're looking at Pride of Jenny in the Memsey Stakes against Mr. Brightside, as I have, then you might want to head down there and just have a quick one before she gets crunched any further. The Endeavour Tavern is your perfect choice. So come on in, pull up a chair and let us take care of the rest. Pop in and see Fergie and the team in the Endeavour Tavern, located right on the beachfront, Gingin Road, Lancelin. The goal of the day, we'll be giving that out with thanks to Uniquip Electrical Supplies. Uniquip are an electrical wholesaler and distributor, WA owned and run family business, providing old-fashioned customer service and quality products. And of course, the mark of the day with thanks to Wealth Advisory, and their vision is your wealth. Wealth Advisory is a charter accounting firm offering personalised, down-to-earth solutions for both personal and business accounting. Contact Ryan and the team at Wealth Advisory, putting you back in control of your finances at Wealth Advisory. So we see both captains now beginning to make their way into the middle. For Jurien, it is Brendan Hurl, and for Cervantes, Zach Heyman, as they pause for the photo opportunity. A massive day, a massive achievement even just to make it to the grand final. And for one side, they will be premiers in 2024. Jurien enter as the raging favourites today after finishing 3 games clear on top of the ladder. And the toss has been won by Cervantes, with Zach Heyman electing to kick to the left of screen in the first quarter, where if there is any advantage, it would be heading to the left of screen, or the southern end of Lancelin football oval. We had a bit of rain on the way up here, and there is a little bit, as we arrived, there was a bit of sprinkling around, but off in the distance there is a little bit as well. But hopefully we should have clear conditions, and as I say that, a few drops start to fall on the head. So we may need to break the umbrella out, but for the moment the sun is still shining and we should have a near-on perfect day for football here. James Gardner doing the calling wherever you are around Australia, WA, the world. We thank you for your company, hoping you are well wherever you are around this great state, country or globe, tuning in to the 2024 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Finals. We begin with the reserves getting underway at 12 before the league grand final begins at 2:15. It's a massive day in sport. The Memsey Stakes at Caulfield between Pride of Jenny and Mr. Brightside later on today. Pride of Jenny goes in as the favourite. It's going to be a cracking day for sport. You can see it all right here. We will be mentioning the Memsey Stakes when that occurs, because it is a massive day for sport in WA and in Australia more broadly. Glad to have your company for grand final day in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League here at Lancelin. The wind's starting to pick up a little further. We're expecting coolish conditions here in Lancelin today as this wind really picks up. It's currently 17 degrees, mostly cloudy, wind to continue throughout the day. No real chance of rain, you wouldn't think, but the wind at the moment, gusts of 33 kilometres per hour coming from the west-southwest. The wind is making it feel a little cooler, 13 degrees, but we have perfectly clear vision, and the wind is only going to continue from here. It will build up into a culmination at about 2:30. It'll be at its windiest right when the league grand final begins. So the reserves will have the best of the conditions. If you're kicking complex, ground looks a treat. No excuses for poor football today as the players begin to take their positions. It's grand final day. It's the Bulldogs and the Tiger Sharks to get things underway in the reserves grand final for 2024. Cervantes are in their 10th straight grand final, while for Jurien, they enter as the hot favourites, finishing 3 games and a stack of percentage on top of the ladder. They defeated Cervantes by 50 points in the second semi-final. That equates to nothing though here on grand final day. Milliken in the ruck for Cervantes. Hurl, the skipper for Jurien. Umpire in the middle of the ground holds the ball aloft. Rumans in the middle on the wing. Raycraft Stevens up against Potter, but we're underway in the grand final for 2024. It'll be Cervantes with the first use of the footy on the deck, and trying to scrap away is Murray. Got the handball clear, but the clearing kick was good from Farrell to half forward. Bouncing ball towards the broadcast wing. Trying to paddle in front of him, possibly held without it, was Thompson. Got it forward toward the 50. It's flicked away. Jurien doing the early defending, or early attacking rather, as they get it to right half forward, and it's locked up. We'll have it ball up. That occasion locked up with Mullen. As the breeze starts to pick up a little more, blowing directly into our faces here. If you think commentary's a glamour job, it certainly isn't. It's locked up again, and we'll get another ball up. So already a couple of early stoppages in near on neutral territory, right half forward here for Jurien. Hill and Milliken again go in it, and Milliken got the hit out, paddled it behind, and holding the ball has been called. It's going the way of the Tiger Sharks. The free kick is in the hands of Murray. He looks down the line, wanting to stick to the broadcast wing, spots up the kick. The option was there from Rose, bounced off his chest. Good defensive pressure from behind, possibly a throw on that occasion. Play on, said the umpire. Sheen goes in, and he's wrapped up, and the umpire will come in and try and relieve this footy in the early stages of the first quarter. Neither team have looked likely to score just yet. It's been stuck over on the broadcast wing as the clearing kick high up and under ball came from Heyman to a one-on-one contest. Knocked to the back of the pack. Warburton got the handball away. Sheen puts it to half forward. Go over the back of a couple, bouncing on ends. It favoured Heyman. He got his way through the traffic and they're able to relieve it. Nice looking kick to Murray, who's had plenty of the ball early. Goes down the line to left half forward. One-on-one contest, knocked away, possibly first grab. It's going to be a throw in there after it's escorted over the line by Thompson. So now Cervantes have been able to get it to their half forward line. Left half forward for them as it's thrown back into play. These conditions not easy for football for clean skills, and it's holding the footy due to a fend off, and he's a little worse for wear here, Hucker, but he'll get the free kick, the left footer. He's got a pretty open forward line ahead of him as he rolls around onto the left. The first inside 50 for either side, and it's out of bounds on the full. It was a little too wide for Hush to get on to, and we'll get a free kick going the way of Jurien. Dumping ball forward. The skipper's there. Hurl came off the hands of Cousins, knocked to the front of the contest. Handball out the side door. Rafferty knocked away from him. Tap forward. Cousin tried to get the clearing kicker, was ricocheted back. Going in to retrieve it was Heyman. Handballed through a couple of sets of hands. Pinballing around in the contest. Going back over the top was Heyman, and it's locked up. How does the umpire see this? High tackle called. Going the way of Sheen. Ricky Lee Sheen has options inside the corridor. Decides to... He's looking that way, and he does. Spots the kick forward, and mark taken by Hurl, the skipper. At left half back, they're wanting to just massage this ball forward here with Farrell. Down the Staples, the kick came off the side of the boot, bouncing ball, beat a couple. Going back in support was Harris, did well. They're under a bit of pressure here, the Bulldogs. They might be able to get it clear though through Rafferty. He flicked it out the side. Handball back in from Raycraft Stevens, wanted to go back into the contest. Rafferty wanted to hit the kick up to centre half forward, knocked away as the rain starts to fall. A dumping kick to centre wing, almost into the corridor, knocked away. And Heyman able to relieve it, although it's going to come straight back as it's with Warburton. Joel Warburton sends it to right half forward to a time one. It's a dangerous looking ball. Cervantes with the numbers and the Tiger Sharks win out. A tumbling ball to left half forward, knocked away from the contest, and it's over and out. And we'll get a boundary throw in, so neither side have entered inside 50 meaningfully in the opening few minutes. Conditions wreaking havoc here in Lancelin. The rain is falling and the wind is also playing a factor. As on the left, Allen goes inside 50 for Cervantes. Bouncing ball, Trapped in front, and the handball over the top was nice. Rose for the first blood of the day, misses. And it's a minor score only, but good ball movement there from Cervantes. They get the first score on the board in the form of 1 behind. They enter as underdogs. A fast start, you would think, required for the Tiger Sharks if they're to win the game of footy. Knocked away toward the boundary line. The Bulldogs with the numbers, although trying to get it clear was Milliken. It was knocked away from him. Spilled loose to Potter. Puts it inside 50 and going back. The defensive mark is taken. Further to Warburton. Ball hasn't travelled far. Down the wing, it's a dangerous looking kick, and Allen able to pick it off and send the Tiger Sharks back into attack. It's a 1-on-1. It's going to scoot out the back. Payne's there. Can he get boot to ball? He can't. Good defensive pressure there from Regan Harris to affect it for a rush behind only. So the Tiger Sharks have been able to, after winning the toss, trap it in their forward half for the last couple of minutes. They've had the last 2 shots at goal, but the scoreboard reads 2 behinds only for the Tiger Sharks. Nothing so far for the favourites in the Bulldogs. Knocked to the back of the contest. Kick ricocheted from Heyman. Might go back and retrieve it. Hurl, the skipper for Durian, goes in and he's over the top of the ball. Given no opportunity to get it out. Umpire says, give it to me. We'll have a ball up here at left half forward, broadcast side. Grand final day, Central Midlands Coastal. It's the Tiger Sharks and the Bulldogs. 2 points the good of the Sharks. Towards the boundary, surely a free kick going the way. Just silly stuff there from Ricky Lee Sheen. And there'll be a free kick to his opposing number in John Murray, who's had a stack of the ball early, particularly off half back, and has really led the way for the Tiger Sharks. They've been able to lock it in their front half. They've had a lot of forward 50 intercepts. He spots it to the hot spot. Multiple players flew. It was knocked to the front, and the only man there was Mullen, who was then able to release nicely to Warburton. The kick had to be good, and it was. He wants to go to the outer side. The first time we've seen any action out there. 1-on-1 contest, knocked to the front. In support was Ander, able to send it down the line to centre wing, knocked away from the contest there. And Cousins is content to see it over and out. We'll get a boundary throw in. Centre wing, outer side, you can see the ocean in the background. It's absolutely pumping out there today. Beautiful ground here at Lancelin. Fantastic spot to watch and play footy. Knocked down by Milliken and goes into the front of the contest. The umpire's picked out a free kick here, and it's going the way of Durian. A complete switch executed. The option was there with Warburton. It was a little too hot for him. The ball triggers close to the boundary line. Pallister went the man instead of the ball. He managed to get the little toe poke forward. Allen was pushed in the back as he kicked it. No hesitation in pulling that free kick up the umpire, and it's going to be a free kick to the Tiger Sharks, who currently lead it 2 behinds to nothing. Coming back to Thomas Allen. Has the ball centre wing, broadcast side, just in front of our broadcast position. The kick was a shocker. Never looked like hitting the target. Horrible looking kick, and Michael Lanedo, Joe Ross, Michael Lanedo will take the kick. He wants to bite off a dangerous looking ball, but the option was there with Ander. They now have it in the corridor, going straight down the staples here, the Bulldogs. Left it all alone there was Connor. He left it behind, but in support was Jones, who dumps it forward, and good use of the body, and a nice mark taken by Cousins, who took front position. He rolls and goes for the first foray forward for the Bulldogs. Up to the hot spot. Bouncing ball. Spinning out of trouble was Farrell. Toe poke off the deck was almost worked there for Park. He couldn't take clean possession. The Tiger Sharks relieve it, but it's going to come straight back through Connor. Got to the inside of the contest. Bouncing ball. Slippery conditions early. Knocked to the front of it. Knocked out of the contest now, and Smith is there, and then he's locked up, and we'll get a throw up. So scrappy conditions. Neither side able to really get any meaningful ball movement in transition due to the nature of conditions this morning here in Lancelin. This time extracted away by Rammons. Sends it to right half foot to the right forward pocket. Bouncing ball out of there, and they're holding up so far the Tiger Sharks defence, although they're under a bit of pressure as it's flicked out the side of the contest, and eventually the boundary line becomes a factor and wins out. Hard game of footy at the moment. Not the prettiest game you'll ever watch. It's ripped down on the arc by Hurl. He handed it to the runner, and the runner there was Mullen, and then he's caught holding the ball, going back the way of the Tiger Sharks. Right half back here for Cervantes. They spot the kick up. The lead was there from Pallister. It was knocked away from him, and a nice looking kick forward from Jones, who then hit up Rafferty, who took front position, takes the mark directly in front, 40 odd metres out from goal for the first goal of the day. After Cervantes had a lot of the early ball, a chance for Jaden Rafferty to steer home the Bulldogs first. Needs to start at left goal post. He did not give that a chance at all. In fact, he almost misses the lot. He's lucky to register a score. The Bulldogs get their first score on the board, but it's through the form of a behind. They trail by one behind. Cervantes leading 2-1. Kick out, had a lot of meterage on it. It's handballed out the back door. Sower handed it back in trouble to Warburton. Ball spills loose and paddled away, and now Cervantes can get a bit of ball going. There's only 3 men inside their forward half. One of them was Watini. He overran it, handballed it back to Hush. There's no one in the forward 50. Play on, said the umpire. Joe Ross, Michael Winindo. How does it sit for him? It's sat okay. He was under pressure immediately, and then providing support was Harris. He went back to go and get his own footy. Wants some support. The cavalry arrives. The clearing kick away from Ander was a pretty good one to broadcast wing, and the mark taken in the contest by Connor. At centre wing, called to play on, wants to get onto the right boot. He does. To right half forward, it scoots out the back, and then Gap was there to just paddle it forward off the toe poke, putting the pressure on. And there's been a free kick picked out, going the way of Smith. Takes the free kick. A lot of free kicks early have been called due to the nature of the scrappy conditions. Gat was able to retrieve it, and then he'd like to have that moment again as it flies off the side of the boot and into the 13th row here at Cervantes. Tough conditions, tough game of football to play early. Being played a lot between the arcs. The wind becoming a big factor early. Seen a lot boundary line play, and standing tall was Brendan Hurl. There's a contender for the mark of the day, with thanks to Wealth Advisory. The kick didn't quite live up to the mark, as Marrett was there to pick it off, and then spots the kick up off the half volley. Risley handballed it out the back door, and he's caught almost without it. Ball's near the boundary line, and the free kick picked out to Hucker. The left foot up, looks inside, overcooked the kick, although it just held up enough in the breeze to get to the intended target. It's knocked to the front, kept in wonderfully by Raycraft Stevens, who then puts it to right half forward. One-on-one contest, knocked to the front. Sliding on hands and knees is Jones. Flirts with the boundary line, although they managed to keep it in, and then it's just hacked out of there by Hucker, who got it to right half back, and a lot of bodies around this as both teams well represented. There'll be a throw up. 2 plays 1 to the good of Cervantes here in the Reserves Grand Final for 2024. James Gardner calling all the action for Filming Footy. I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are around this great state, country or globe. Raycraft Stevens on the right manages to spot the kick to Gat, who got there just in time to take the mark. He's right up against the boundary line. It would take something miraculous from here if he's to kick it. He looks inside for options, puts it to the hot spot, and the mark taken, one-handed. great use of the body. It might be Rafi again. It's Clinton Farrell who took front position. He protected the drop zone, and now a chance for a near-on certainty directly in front. Only 15 metres from goal. It was there. The umpire doesn't move. Farrell gets the Dogs first, and they take the lead. The first of the day going to the good of the favourites in Jurien. Clinton Farrell directly in front. It was a nice looking kick off the boot. It matches the mark. And 7 plays 2. Early doors here in the grand final for 2024 in the reserves for the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. Ball back in the centre. Cervantes unable to get reward for their effort early, and now they find themselves 5 points down in difficult conditions for football. Ball spills loose from the contest, and then it's wrapped up again, although extracted away to half forward for the Dogs. It's paddled forward into the path of Raycraft Stevens. We got boot to ball. He's had a pretty good start so far. Knocked to the front of the contest. Romus got it to Farrell, got to the hot spot. Gatt will run onto it. He's got goals in front of him. There's back-to-back goals for the Dogs. Out of the contest, Jesse Gatt gathered and made sure of it. 2 goals now in a matter of minutes for the Jurien Bay Bulldogs. Take the lead. 13-2. Cervantes need to start to get their hands on the footy in the middle. Danger signs for the Tiger Sharks in this first quarter, with thanks to Bendigo Bank, Better Big Bank, Community Bank, Bendigo Bank. Hurl originally got the clearance, although Cervantes were set up for it as Rose tried to keep it in front of him. Spills loose, and then players dive on top from both sides. We'll have a ball up. Attacking side of centre here for Cervantes. Close to the broadcast side of the ground. It's to the front from Hucker, who tried to get the heads through, and then eventually it's going nowhere with Harris. We'll have another ball up. So a heavy stoppage game early. There's 13 plays 2, 11 points in favour of Jurien. They finished 3 games on top of the ladder, the Bulldogs, and they enter as favourites today. But Cervantes have put on a decent showing so far. Allen got it to inside 50, but it's missing and over and out for a forward 50 stoppage for the Cervantes Tiger Sharks on what is a massive day here in the Central Midlands Coastal Grand Footy League. Early on, Cervantes won the hockey 2-zip over Moora. Trying to barge his way through was Hush. He left it behind and then locked up. Ball up, left forward pocket here for Cervantes after they won the toss and elected to kick to the left of screen or to the southern end of Lancelin. Knocked out, and they're able to work it away now through Gatt after a chain of handballs. He just slams on the boot. Left alone was Park, who then handed it over the top to Connor. Out into the path. He's able to run onto it. Evans. 1-on-1. Runs to the pocket. It bends. It bends 2. And the Doggies have 3. And the crowd are loving it here in Lancelin. Very nice gather there from Evans. That's 3 straight goals. While Cervantes haven't even looked like scoring here in the first quarter. The celebration as good as the goal as he turned to the contingent of red and white shirts. The Jurien supporters were very, very happy with that finish. Beautiful chain of handballs away. Gatt just slammed it on the boot to half forward, and then it was out into the path of Evans, who was left alone and able to run into near on open goal. And they're going to get the clearance again, the Doggies. It's to the broadcast wing to green grass, and then the boundary line becomes a factor in the end, and we'll get a stoppage. Centre wing, broadcast side. Bulldogs making all early inroads. Knocked to the front, Mullen wrapped up. He's got a couple of clearances early and has looked pretty good. Let's have really all the Jurien midfielders so far today. Hurl knocked it clear of his feet and then it was farmed out, and Raycraft Stevens is able to take a run and a bounce. He puts it over the head of his teammate there in Park, who overcooked a little bit, and there's the quarter time siren. So at quarter time, after a sluggish start to the game, the Jurien Bay Bulldogs take the lead 3-1-19 to Cervantes, 2 behinds at quarter time. James Gardner calling all the action. It's grand final day here in the Central Midlands Football League 2024. At half-time, the favourites, the Jurien Bay Bulldogs, lead the Cervantes Tiger Sharks by 17 points, 19 plays 2. We'll take a quick break and be back with more after this. Welcome back to the 2024 Grand Final here in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. James Gardner on Filming Footy with thanks to Bendigo Bank, the Better Big Bank and your community bank. And at quarter time, getting ahead of myself, in the 2024 Reserves Grand Final, it is Jurien Bay who currently lead it by 17 points over Cervantes, 3-1-19 to 2 behinds. Goal scorers for Jurien Bay, singles to Farrell, Gatt and Evans. Cervantes, they kicked the first 2 behinds of the game, but since then it has been all Jurien in pretty tough conditions. It is windy, there are wind coming out of a west-southwest, and gusts of up to 33 kilometres per hour. I feel like I'm back home in Geraldton. But nonetheless, great day for football. Ground is looking a treat, like carpet out there, in a massive day of sport, not only here with the reserves and league grand final, but also right across Australia. Glad to have your company wherever you are around the globe for filming footy. It's Jurien Bay who lead it by 19 points, kicking to the left of screen in the second quarter, and we're underway. Can the Tiger Sharks respond? It's slapped forward by Hill. First onto it was Murray. Knocked to the back, he's able to slam it on the boot, and Gatt led the chase for the Bulldogs. He's able to gather and then run and get cleared the outside of the boot. It was a nice looking kick for a bit at there, but then the winds got hold and goes out. And we'll have free kick going the way of Cervantes with Lucas Smith. Left half back. Wants to spot the short kick up. Barely the required journey, but the umpire said it was okay to Milliken. Puts it high and long to centre wing down the broadcast side. Knocked to the front. Kick ricocheted from Heyman. Then onto it was Roymans, and it was a nice looking kick to Connor, who's able to roll around onto the right to half forward. One-on-one contest, almost scoots out the back. Cervantes with the numbers. They're under pressure as they have been for the majority of the game. Good defensive tackle laid there by Marson to force the stoppage. About 40 metres out from goal for Jurien, who's kicking to the left of screen, or the southern end of Lancelin, as the ball's cleared by Cervantes. Bouncing on end, it favoured Allen, who then took the bounce, and the outside kick, the check side, wasn't great. Unable to get any real transition at the moment. Cervantes has been played between the arcs. The only ones that have been able to get any real ball movement going have been Jurien, as they try and get it away. Rubens on hands and knees is locked up and content to get another stoppage here. Attacking side of halfway for Jurien. Hurled the skipper with the palm down, and then trying to bustle through was Connor, who managed to bully his way out and then hand it to Shieldman. Gatt able to keep it in front of him. Few party tricks there. Handed it, reeled around. Park gets the Bulldogs fourth and the first of the second quarter. A nice looking finish from Harrison Park. And they are really putting Cervantes under pressure now. 25 plays 2. And the Tiger Sharks desperately need a response. Similar to Pride of Jenny, Jurien have got the jump. They're out by probably 12 lengths. You might see her lead as much as that over in the Memsey this afternoon against Mr. Brightside. I've got my Pride of Jenny socks on for good luck. Hopefully she can get the win and send a few of us punters home happy. In the meantime, free kick picked out to Farrell. They get the first free kick, and over the top, it was a good defensive spoil from the Tiger Sharks. Keeping in front was Allen, able to farm it away. The old one too was pretty good, although he ran himself into trouble. Surely holding the ball, it is. Just no awareness as to the danger he was in, and now Connor able to clear it to half forward. Over the back, almost the mark completed, although the umpire said play on there for Cousins. Got the handball away, went back in support with Mullen, handballed it over. Hurl, inside 50 now. Gatt tried to get his way through. Got the arms clear though just in time. They're going to go back to go forward with Harris. Slams on the boot. Possibly dealt with after the kick was gone. Play on, said the umpire. Couple of fresh areas there. Jones was at the front. Got it to a hot spot. Parker for back-to-back goals. It just hangs in the air. He kicked the belly of the ball. Get him the goal line. Kicks the goal. Right place, right time for Jesse. He has 2. And the Bulldogs are rolling against the Sharks. 29 points the margin, 31 plays 2. Gatt has 2. Playing the small forward role, the pest you'd expect Hayden Ballantyne-esque there on the goal line, right place, right time, had the peace of mind to sock it off the deck and through for the Bulldogs' 5th and the 2nd here in the second quarter. Cervantes desperately need a bit of ball going their own way, yet to register an inside 50. Ball bobbles around and the skipper Hurl extracted away. Farrell slams on the boot to half forward, knocked away from the contest and paddled forward. The Tiger Sharks' defence on the whole have been okay at half back, although it's now here where they've been unable to get any real ball movement, and it's the same again as Anda tried to get through, although he's caught holding the ball. A nice bit of pressure there from Thomas Allen, who's been one of the shining lights, although the kick wasn't great. Putting his head over the footy was Isles in the helmet, handed it to Heyman, slams on the boots right half forward, bouncing ball towards the boundary as it wins out. Trying to keep it in was Rose, couldn't, and there'll be a boundary throw in at right half forward on the 50 here for Cervantes. Their first inside 50 of the second quarter. After they kicked the first 2 behinds of the game, since then it has been all one way. Personified there with the free kick going the way of Jurien. A lot of play down this broadcast side, and there's been a 50-metre penalty going the way of Jurien. Just nothing going right at the moment for Cervantes. Can't win a trick at the moment in blustery conditions. Free kick to Warburton, goes inside the corridor. Kick wasn't fantastic, it made Ander tried to work for it. Cavalry arrives. Under pressure here, the Bulldogs for the first time today, although they're able to extract it just as they have all day. The wide sweeping handball to Rafferty was good. He puts it over the top. Farrell will run onto it. He can gather, collect, and he can miss to the near side. Hits the post on the way through. Had the curl, but Farrell couldn't finish the job. First blemish for the Bulldogs in this second quarter as Allen takes the mark, and there'll be another 50-metre penalty, so Allen will march this right the way to right half forward. As he rolls around and gets it to half forward, there a bit of push and shoving as Michael Lenito, that was pretty classy, although he couldn't quite gather at a critical stage. Isles trying to slam it on the boot and get it forward. It was locked up, and he's at the bottom of the pack. Ball up. Centre half forward here for Cervantes. Chance to possibly get a score on the board. And probably their best chance so far. Although Gat's happy to socket her out of the congestion and get it into a bit of clear ground. Potter was there, puts it over the top, overcooked the kick, but it was okay as behind was Murray. He puts it to a 4-on-1. That was just really, really dumb football there from Cervantes, although they get the free kick. Lucky for Murray's sake, because that was a shocking looking kick, as Thompson will now go back directly in front, 40 or so metres out from goal. He's kicked 29 goals this season from 11 games of football, Michael Thompson, but this is the one that they need. He starts at left, it works its way back, but it doesn't make the journey, and so it's knocked away and cleared by the Jurien Bay Bulldog defence. It's a half back, it's a 3-on-1 in favour of the black and yellow of the Tiger Sharks, and they get the free kick after Sheen infringed, and it's going back to Murray. A true centre half forward. 50 metres out from goal. Spots up the kick, out on the lead. Almost Thompson. Was he infringed? He was. The spoil from behind was a little too high. And now Thompson will get the chance to make up for his last blemish. This one's a tougher shot though, on an angle further out, 40 or so metres from goal, in front of where the Cervantes contingent are. It was touched off the boot, and the Bronx cheers of the Bulldogs fans says the lot as it rolls out and squirts away for a boundary throw-in. Possibly the worst feeling in football when you know that you've stuffed up and the Bronx cheers have the opposition fans as it's hurled back into play. Over the back, taken by Hush, couldn't get through, and it's eventually won away by the Dogs, although the handball back inside from Raycraft Stevens was dangerous, although there to mop up the mess was Saar. Slammed it into the corridor, and there's been a free kick paid for a high in favour of Cervantes. Inside 50 it goes. It's never looked good, and Rafferty takes the mark, and he'll get the 50 for his troubles as well. And there's a bit of push and shove off the ball. Hush in there, infringing, being marched to centre wing broadcast side. Wants to head to left half forward. Out on the lead and looking for the sit was Harris, who was then knocked over the line along with the ball, and there'll be a throw in. Connor on that occasion. Throw in directly in front of where we are here for filming footy, with thanks to Bendigo Bank, the stream sponsors for today. Hurled back into play, knocked to the front by Hurl, but it's not going anywhere as it's locked up. We'll get a secondary stoppage. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. 50-50 footy as it's put along the line by Thompson, trying to keep it in front. Murray toe poking along, extracting it away. Connor did well, puts it inside of the corridor, but out in front and almost marking uncontested was Marrett for Cervantes. He's got one-on-ones ahead of the footy. He wants to continue to go down the corridor. It barely travels the required with Heyman, who spilt the mark anyway. Knocked to the side. Handball was good. Hamilton provided the run. Puts it to right half forward, and then Warburton with the Spud Frawley golden fist over and out for the boundary, to find the boundary line. He had one intention and one intention only, and that was to find the safety of the line, and he got that. To get a stoppage at right half forward. As we enter the middle stages of this second quarter. Lancelin, and we'll get another stoppage. Ball has really lived towards this boundary line. This second quarter brought to you by Endeavour Tavern Lancelin. WA's best beer garden, opens 7 days a week from 11 a.m. Breathtaking views from the beer garden. A wide variety of beverages, plenty on tap. Restaurant full of tasty lunch and meal options, and TAB as well. I'm sure there'll be a few in there today. Is holding the ball. Raycraft Stevens ran out of tarmac. Umpire gaining control, and a 50-metre penalty going the way of Cervantes with Marrett. He's going to be taken right inside 50, and this is definitely Cervantes' best chance at getting their first of the day, because they have been on the ropes from almost halfway through the first quarter. They had the first two opportunities of the game. Since then, they have not been able to score. This time though, Cruz Marrett directly in front, barely gets it over the man of the mark, but he gets the Tiger Sharks first in the grand final, and a much needed one at that. Trims the margin back. Cervantes have one goal, Jurian with 5. 31 plays 8 here in the first quarter, second quarter rather, first half, starting to wind round to midway through. 23 points is the margin. So Cervantes are not out of this one just yet, although they would love a few more of them and a couple of clearances. 666 warning against Cervantes after Angove was running outside the 50s, now back in play, and we can get things back underway. It's knocked down. Rumans locked up, nowhere to go. Clearing a high up and under kick to right half forward, leading the chase was Isles. It's knocked away from him though. Well done by Sheen. He was close to the line, managed to keep it in. Was he knocked without it? Yes, he was. There'll be a free kick down the ground for the Dogs, and it's with Harris, who then spots inside, and Connor takes the mark. Thought about playing on, thought he might have stepped out of his line. Umpire didn't see it that way though. and he's able to now play on and wheel around. Puts it to half forward. The one-on-one contest is there, providing it was Cousins with the socks up and then knocked away. Kennedy throws it on the right boot. It's going to sit right to the boundary, right to the goal line, and then knocking it through. He had one intention only, and that was Marson, who was happy to get it over the goal line for a behind. Just extends the lead of the Bulldogs, though. To Thompson, who then goes back to go forward. They're mucking around with it here to Tiger Sharks, although Thompson was given a bit of time to run. The scrawny back pocketer puts it up and over the back wisely, takes the mark after taking a couple of grabs at it. Contender for the mark of the day. Off the half volley, there was plenty of work for Marrett to do, the lone goal scorer for Cervantes. And now away from Connor. Got it to half forward, although Jirian have the numbers, and have the numbers, and it's been a kicking in danger. Jones to take the free kick, to wheel around. He's got numbers aplenty. 2-on-2 contest. Does it get over the back? It doesn't. Standing tall, doing well was Murray. I thought he might have marked it. He had front position. I thought he definitely had first grab. Umpire didn't see it that way. Instead, there'll be a stoppage directly in front of the Jurian Bay goal. Ripping it out of the ruck, reading it best was Park. He handed it over to Jones, who was then caught holding the ball for a throw. Free kick to Cervantes with Hucker. Hands it to the run, and Cervantes are able to get it clear, although in the end, two Cervantes players spoilt themselves as Harris sends it high up and under, knocking it to the front of the contest. And wrapped up, and the umpire circles and eventually balls it up. From the restart. Deep inside attack for Jurian. Flicked over the top. Rafferty wrapped up. Ball up. Make sure you stay tuned throughout the day. Plenty more football action to come here from Lancelin with the league grand final between Jurian and Dan Darrigan. That's sure to be an absolute ripper. You don't want to miss that, and you also don't want to miss the second half of this contest between Jurian and Cervantes, because despite Jurian taking ascendancy here in the first half, you sense if Cervantes can get a few more clearances, they look pretty dangerous up forward. We'll also have plenty of special guests throughout the day to discuss all about the Central Midlands Coastal Football League and their respective clubs. Half time of the league will have representative from the Bendigo Bank, local Bendigo Bank, who are putting in so much to local footy in and around the Central Midlands Coastal. A tumble punt to centre wing is all it took for this ball to be cleared away from the congestion. Boundary line is becoming a factor, although it was kept in well there by Soa, who's then caught holding the ball. Rolling around was Rose. Beat a couple, put the Jets on. He's got options over the top. Bottom one's ahead of the footy as Thompson takes it, and there's been a free kick going to the back to Rose. He's taken his time, which has allowed Jurian to get back and clog up the forward 50. He plays on, spots it up with a nice looking kick over the back, and standing tall. Well done by Sheen, who read it better than all of them. Sends it wide. Dangerous kick, although all alone and able to mark is Peacock, who then wheels and goes to centre to the front, and the boundary line eventually becomes a factor, and it was always going to win. About to be hurled back into play by the boundary umpire. Taking front position was Hurl. So knocked forward and just trickles along the line another 10 or so metres. We're going to have another restart. This time in a more advantageous position for Cervantes. As the ruckman tussle again. Hurl again taking front position, happy to win the hit out. He's won majority of them today. There's been a free kick picked out, and it's going the way of Cervantes. trying to pick out who that is over on the outer side. When he turns around, it is Thomas Allen, who will get the free kick and send them into the pocket. And out on the lead, Thompson almost takes the mark. Able to respond better on the goal line, playing the goalkeeper role well, was Wecker, who stood tall and was able to knock it through for a minor score. Nice recovery there from Michael Thompson. After he spilt the mark, he had the shot on goal, just didn't have the journey. Kick out was okay. Connor had it knocked away from him. And there's the halftime siren. So at halftime, Jurien Bay take a comfortable lead in the Reserves Grand Final for 2024. They lead it after goals to Farrell, 2 to Gatt, Evans with 1, Park with 1, and Marrett has the single for Cervantes, who are in their 10th straight Reserves Grand Final. Jurien, they finished 3 games clear on top with a stack of percentage. They entered as favourites, and the scoreboard reflecting that at half-time. We'll take a quick break and be back with all the second half action from the 2024 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final for the Reserves. At half-time, it's Jurien taking the lead over Cervantes.
Yeah, they don't muck around in resis, mate. No, you're all right, mate. Yeah, good. How you going?
Yeah, good. Welcome back. Half time here in the Reserves Grand Final. It's Jurien Bay who lead it, the hot favourites, as we get the game back underway. It's not clear in favour of Cervantes, although they're able to now extract it away through Hurl, who got the handball away, and then the clearing kick came from Murray to half forward, bouncing on ends. Not clear by Rose. It's the first foray forward for Cervantes, although during defence they were solid there, and Pallister tried to get his way through the contest, and it's holding the ball as we're joined in the commentary box by
Jack Hayes, 2023 Premiership player for Jurien. It's good to be here. Feeling a lot less nervous than last year with a 4-goal margin heading into the third.
Fantastic to have you along. So a big day obviously for the footy club, with the league in as well, and the reserves obviously in a pretty good position at the moment. How's the build-up been around the football club during the week?
It's been good. Some very good leadership from Joel Grommy Warburton in the resis, Reece Waters in league. Guys like that have just built such a good culture for the club that we're in a very good position. Everyone's up and about. A week off for both teams also helped a great deal heading into this week.
It's clearing kick away. Cervantes able to lock it in. Rose up to the hot spot, but the numbers are there for Jurien, and a strong defensive mark taken there by Park right on the goal line. They've been able to really withhold any challenges that Cervantes have been able to throw at them. To left half back. At the back of it was Heyman, tried to get it clear, and now the clearing kick away from Rumans was pretty good. It scoots to the back. Foot race is on. Leading it for the Bulldogs was Farrell. He puts it full forward. 1-on-1. It's dangerous here for Cervantes if they're to try and repel this. Handball over the top. Cousins was then smothered as he went to kick it. Good defensive pressure there from the Tiger Sharks. They're able to go forward, and eventually they relieve it. It was looking pretty hairy there for the Tiger Sharks for a moment, as Marrett is able to now get it moving down the outer side, and the mark taken by Pallister. So what is the secret to success here for Jurien, obviously with the resis and the league heading into the season, where there was the expectation that you were going to be challenging for premierships today?
Yeah, look, it's you look back sort of 3 years, and we were getting done by 100, 150 points week in, week out. So it's been a big turnaround for the club. I think it's just those important figures that have made a big change. Some good recruits in league, and a lot of depth in resis. Some really good young local boys who have come along really well. That's been the difference in my opinion.
Taken by Heyman. They're going to get another chance to reload inside 50. He runs to the paint of 50. He's got the leg. He doesn't have any of the accuracy as he misses the lot. And it's out of bounds on the full. So far, Jurien have made all the play, especially strong down back. How does it help Jurien, I suppose, being one of the bigger towns as well, and bigger centres in the league? How's that helped the club in terms of recruiting and keeping players as well that you've been able to develop?
I think just that depth, that's sort of the difference. Just having good local crew. Some of the other teams, a lot of imports from Perth, even in the reserves. So having those good young locals that can come through. Got guys like Cody Peacock. He missed out last year, unfortunately, after playing practically every game of the season. So it really warms my heart to see guys like him coming along well.
So it squirts out to the broadcast side, sits well for Farrell, who's then able to put it into the path of the leading forward.
Harrison Park wanted in the back there, but
yeah, possibly. The umpire was not having a bar of that, as it's going to be held back into play inside 50 for Jurien, who've been able to really extend this margin out, and they'd be looking to add a couple more early in this third quarter. Sharks though doing their best to try and withhold that as Prady sends it to centre wing rather, and Rafferty takes the mark. A lot of players inside the forward half for Jurien. It's Park who takes the mark, and this time able to hold it after taking front position. Right half forward inside the 50. Would take a pretty good kick here if he is to get it.
He loves a goal, Harry Park, but big distance into the wind.
Decides to spot up the short option, and it was a nice mark taken by Connor. Sliding to take the slips catch. This time closer to goal. Same angle for Jurien to get the first of the third quarter and their sixth. Needs to be inch perfect in front of the Jurien Bay faithful. It goes out to the top of the square. It's still in play though, and still dangerous for this if you're a Sharks defender. Handball over the back was good, and then the shot on goal from Greenwood wasn't there to match, and it's 3 for minus score. The league this afternoon, what are the confidence levels like around the group? Obviously, Dan Darrigan, you've shared the points so far this season. You were able to beat them in the second semi. What are the keys to the game, and how are the group feeling heading into it?
Yeah, look, a lot of big ins in league. It's basically since round one. This is the only other game where we've had basically all the players on the track. So got 4 or 5 guys coming back in from injury. So I think just getting the rotations through them is going to be important. We'll see what the wind and rain does. It's obviously pretty windy up here, and you can certainly feel it out in the ground. So we'll see. Dandy been a very strong side all season as well, so it's going to be a good battle.
How do you try and go about beating Dan Darrigan? Is it simply just being harder in the contest and then having better skills on the outside and in these conditions?
Yeah, look, a couple of key players we'll have to keep an eye on. Todd Kenny, Anton Scotney, both been very strong players, so I think trying to shut them down where we can will be crucial to get the win.
Rebounding now, the Tiger Sharks. The 1-2 was nice. The handball from Allen was solid, and they're up into the corridor. Michael Lanito had a task ahead of him, and he did well to draw the free kick, and reward for effort. Goes wide to Soa on the broadcast side. The kick is a little grubber. And Cervantes can bounce, although Michael Lanito, he's got the pace to beat Thompson. Does he have the skill? He wants the support, and it arrives in Ricky Lee Sheen, who's then caught, and it's holding the ball. Hot footy, and Thompson on the down. He might have reversed this. Umpire doesn't agree. And it's going to come back for Hamilton. Left half forward. As this wind continues to pick up as the day progresses. Right on the water here at Lancelin. Hamilton puts it inside, and it was a nice looking kick left all alone. Hush slides to take the mark. .35 metres out, slide angle. They need this, the Tiger Sharks. Neither side have been able to kick a goal in the third quarter as we near on the middle stages. It's going to take a very good kick from here. Start at right goal post. He starts it too close to the middle, and it floats through for a minor score. If you're playing today, how do you navigate the conditions, and particularly this breeze that we are experiencing at the moment?
Very challenging. I saw Harrison Park having a few shots on goal beforehand, and he was putting it sort of right out in the far point post. So shots on goal will be very, very challenging, even for someone of Harry's calibre.
Hush led the foot race. He got the handball away and then was pushed in the back afterwards. So he'll get the free kick from nearly the exact same spot in which he had the last kick just moments ago. Right behind this kick here from Brandon Hush. 41 for Cervantes. Desperately need to get this goal to trim this margin back before the last quarter. Never looked good off the boot. It's to the side and it's still a live ball. Hurl, the skipper, brought down, play on to the umpire. Thompson danced around a couple, screws around and misses.
Yeah, look, Hill's been a very good player for us. He won the association BNF, the Brownlow of the Central Midlands Coastal Football League Rezzies. Very, very handy player.
And the Central Midlands Coastal League as a whole, are you positive about the direction in which the league is taking? And the season's been good so far, obviously culminating today with plenty of supporters around.
Yeah, look, it's good having a tight competition the last few years. We had a period where Cervantes were dominating. I think they won 20 of 24 grand finals. So to have teams like Jurien and Dandaragan in the hunt's very good to see. Lancelin have done a good job hosting today, so hopefully they can make a bit of money from it and build up for next year and come back stronger. So 5-team league, but it's in a good position. It's still fielding Rezzi's teams in for all the teams, so it's good to see.
Rumans just puts out in front. He's got support with him in Gat. He decides to instead just sock it off the deck. There's an open forward line. Farrell dares to cross against the boundary. It would take something special from there in the end. He was almost trying to pass it off. He overcooked the kick and now they're under a little bit of bit more pressure as a couple of Tigers, Sharks just clamber in to force the stoppage. And at the bottom of all of that was Peacock. Really made a fundamental error there. The Bulldogs could have easily added another goal to their tally. Instead, they're going to get a couple of repeat stoppages. Thrown back up by Druckmann, tussled, and Park happy to see the ball over and out and get another boundary throw in this time. 25 metres around from the Jurien goal, kicking to the northern end of Lancelin Sporting Complex. Tough work throwing into the wind there. It's Farrell, trapped it, and then was trapped himself, and we'll get another throw up.
That's textbook there for Harrison Park to try and take it out of the ruck.
See if you try and do it again. Use the strength that he's got. He does it successfully. Flicks it over the back. The intended target was Raycraft Stevens. It didn't quite get to him, and now the Tiger Sharks trying to spin their way out of trouble. Murray caught. Umpire said, "Give it to me." Gave him the benefit of the doubt. Thought it could have been holding the ball, but the umpire decided to be kind. And we'll throw it up. Hurl knocked it clear. Farrell tries to paddle it in front of him. Knocked it clear, and then the handball was a little wayward. It gets to Cotter, who handed it over to Rafferty. Screws it around to the top of the goal square. Boundary line is going to win out. And we'll get another throw in. Plenty of support for Jurien Bay out here today. Obviously, big day for the football club.
Yeah, look, there sure is. I was actually just sitting over in Bay 13 with Bretto, Martin and a few of the boys, and very loud over there. Strong support here for both sides.
Handballed out, possibly touched off the boot. Ward directly in front. Almost puts the exclamation mark on what has been a fantastic performance from the Jurien Bay Bulldogs in the third quarter. That's the first, and things looking difficult now for Cervantes. Personifies how good the Bulldogs have been. They've just been tougher in the contest, a little more skillful, and you must be wrapped with how things are falling at the moment.
I sure am. Yeah, looking back on last year, where the Jurien reserves won by a point after Cervantes was sort of doubling our score halfway through the third. I'm feeling much more confident today, James, no doubt about it.
Ball back in the middle from the restart. Hurl, the skipper, has been instrumental. Won just about every hit out, and as a result, they've been able to dominate the clearances. Nice mark taken by Connor. Right place, right time. Sends it into the corridor. And left alone, you would think that they'd start to man them up a little bit. Jones takes the mark alone on the 50. It's going to work back in the breeze. Park led the race. Farrell's there on the outside. It'll fall to him. He's got an open go ahead, and he puts it through. And the roar from the Bulldogs crowd is all you need to know. Farrell with 2. After he kicked the first of the day, they're starting to really put the Tiger Sharks to the sword now, the Bulldogs. Near on perfect performance from go to woe midway through the third quarter. Seven 4 plays 1-6. It's all started with Hurl in the middle of the ground. He'll again win the hit out. This time though, the clearance is won by Angove. Well, they ran into a wall of red and white jumpers, and now it opens the door. Trying to spin his way out of trouble was Hucker. He got it clear. Allen's been probably the best for the Tiger Sharks so far. Gets over the back and rolls over and out. So Brendan Hurl in the ruck, obviously the captain as well. He's been massive not only today but right across the year as well.
Yeah, look, he sure has. Jurien Bay local. He's actually won 2 flags in juniors, 1 in league in 2017, and hopefully his third in Resis this year. So, great player, great bloke, very good clubman.
Play on, set the umpire. Hamilton's kick was offline, and Hush was half a chance, although in the end missed it. And it goes over and out for another throw-in. It's been a heavy stoppage game so far, which has really opened the door for the Bulldogs. That's where they've been able to gain their advantage, particularly in the contest. And their ability to kill them on the outside has been extraordinary. They could almost raffle this, the Tiger Sharks. No one really wanted it. In the end, the kick came from Hucker, and he misses to the left.
That is 2's footy, James. Stoppage game.
Yeah. Certainly not the prettiest game of football you'll see, but there's been some good bits of play in pretty tough conditions. Straight up the Staples goes Park and back to the front, trying to work their way forward on hands and knees. The extraction was good. Ward, handball over the top, although the only numbers that were there were that of Cervantes. To half forward, not clear. Trying to track it was Angove. It was met solidly. And then the ball will come away and directly in front of us here for filming footy. Doing it today, all thanks to Bendigo Bank, who have put a lot in to the Central Midlands Coastal this season. Thomas Allen with the free kick. We'll put it to half forward with a high up and under kick. It's just going to hang in the wind. And then dumped away from Jurien and into the corridor. Bouncing ball, it eventually spills away. Rumans on the left, 1-on-1 ahead of him. Inside 50 it heads. Out the front, Cervantes, they're under pressure here, and over and out it goes. Calling for the boundary throw in, doing well there, Benjamin Marson.
Alex Rumans' 50th game for the club today, and he's certainly turning it on.
Had a very good game so far. Had a lot of inside 50 opportunities. Standing tall in the contest, Hamilton got it clear, although Raycraft Stevens tried to get his way through, and now they're out. Rafferty against the boundary with a couple to beat, manages to get a boot to ball, and in the end it just halts and stops, and again we've got a lot of congestion, although Farrell is lurking and he won't get the chance to add to his tally as it comes back to Hamilton, who takes the free kick in the right back pocket. Up and under footy, Hurl's there representing for Jurien rather. Kept in play, and then a nice looking kick came from Mullen, who puts it to a 3-on-1, and although they didn't have the numbers, they're able to get half a win with Jones taking it out of bounds to get a stoppage inside the forward 50 again for Jurien as we wind down to three-quarter time. Almost party time here for Jurien. Plenty of red and white around Lancelin Sporting Complex. Certainly plenty of support for the Bulldogs. And the junior program of Jurien, how's that faring for the next generation of young dogs?
Yeah, no, look, that's something else that's been the difference. Just these young kids coming through. We generally play, 3 or 4 white shorters in resis. Some very big names coming through from the juniors. So hopefully see them sticking around and playing some resis and some league in the future.
Three-quarter time, and it is very pleasant reading if you're a Jurien Bay supporter. 7-4 plays 1-7 at three-quarter time in the 2024 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final in the reserves. We'll take a break and we'll be back with the final quarter right after this. Three-quarter time here in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League Reserves Grand Final for 2024. And at three-quarter time, the Dogs, they have one hand on the Premiership Cup already. 7-4 plays 1-7 here on Filming Footy. James Gardner calling all the action. It hasn't exactly been the prettiest game of football that you'll ever see or call, but they've been able to do the job so far, Jurien, particularly on the outside of the contest where they've really carved them up, and led by Brendan Hurl in the ruck, who is putting his name forward for the best on ground, the best player of the day. with thanks to Endeavour Tavern Lancelin as we get the final quarter underway. It's the Bulldogs who have a comfortable margin heading into the last, although the Tiger Sharks will be looking to possibly get the first couple. Hurl stood tall in the contest, handballed it over the top. Little 9-9 was nice to Rumans. In his 50th game, he's put on a show. Little flower bag forward off the left. It's going to scoot out the back. First onto the scene was Cousins, who then screws it around on the boot, didn't get on any bend on it. And he misses for a one behind only. The exit to the outer side, and good mark taken there by Allen, who's been one of the Cervantes' better players so far today. Screws it just along the ground almost to centre wing. Leaving it behind was Hucker, had to go back and retrieve it. Allen was there in support. Has a few to beat. In the end, there were far too many, although he got the handball away just in time. Hucker's there along the boundary line, flicked it forward. Smith slams it on the boot, gets it to half forward, and then standing back in the way was Harris, who has done that all day, just picking off any attack Cervantes have been able to muster to the outer side, and the mark taken nicely by Sheen. He'll just take his time and wait for the right option. Able to start to milk this clock down to centre wing. Hurl was there, it was knocked away from him by Milliken. It falls to the front of the contest, and we'll get another stoppage. Free kick for Jurien. Back inside 50, where majority of this ball has lived not just in this quarter but throughout the day. Spilt from the contest, dancing around a couple. Options are plenty. Cousins one of them. Went past him. 2-on-1 in favour of the Tiger Sharks, and escorting it over was Marson. Coming up next, it's the league grand final between Jurien and Dan Darrigan. Ripping out of the ruck was Park. It was ricocheted away, knocked away from him, leaving it behind, and then trying to retrieve it was Cameron Bock, and he gets the free kick, and then just absolutely decks his opponent. Umpire's not going to reverse it. Getting up a little worse for wear is Raycraft Stevens. Keep the free kick, the Tiger Sharks. It was a dangerous ball. Wisely knocked it away. Holding the ball called. Going the way of the Tiger Sharks. Advantage paid to half forward. 1-on-1 contest. Both players were holding. In the end, out the front, the free kick for Cervantes, and it's with Thompson, who has had a quiet day by his standards. We'd like to have a bit more output from him. He puts it to the hot spot. Knocked away to the front, trying to cruise his way through. Was low, the handball was a little wayward. Wrapped up. We'll get a stoppage. Lots of numbers around this footy. Holding the ball, the umpire calls after he jumped on top of it, and it's going to Thomas Allen, who deserves reward for his effort today. Been very impressive for Cervantes. For their second of today, it's away to the right, it doesn't get the distance, and as a result, boundary line becomes a factor and becomes a problem. Again, lots of numbers congregate around the footy and wrapped up, not going anywhere. High stoppage game. Jurien Bay, they entered as favourites, and you would think from here they'd be pretty comfortable as the shot on goal came from Brady and he missed it the lot to the near side. It's got a little too much bend on that. Falls to the front of the contest, possibly a push in the back in favour of Bock. Umpire didn't see it that way. Now it's on for young and old. Players from both sides coming in to remonstrate. It's spilled over into the crowd. They're up on the grass hill having a fight and bit of a push and shove. The umpire's trying to gain control. The crowd idly stand by watching. They're in row 13 and punching on, and don't the Jurien fans love it? In the meantime, the game goes on. Off the side, but it is on! Spotfires now everywhere. Starting to appear. Free kick for out of bounds on the full to Thompson. Wheels around. Throws it on the boot to right half forward. The fly from 3 deep came. And there was a free kick for pushing the back. How about that? Never in my time in watching and commentating football have I seen a fight spill over into row 13 and up onto a grass bank. I can now say I've seen it all. There were spot fires everywhere. If you were a Jurien Bay player though, you would just point to the scoreboard. Connor has it and goes short. They're now just entering into a bit of a conservation mode here, Jurien Bay. They know that from here it would take a minor miracle for the Tiger Sharks. Knocked to the front, roving it away was Jones, throws it on the boot, bending ball around, bouncing ball, Gap was there, overrun it, instead left it for Park, who throws it up. He looks for his good mating Farrell, who takes the mark, 1-on-1. Lucas Smith never stood a chance. And Clinton Farrell, who already has 2 today, will line up for his 3rd and for Jurien's 8th. To put the icing on top of a very sweet cake. It never looked good from the moment it left the boot. Minor score only. Back into play, up to the hot spot. It's going to spill loose. Connor was there, throws it on the boot. Didn't get any purchase on it, but it might just bend its way through. He doesn't get the distance on the goal line. Farrell with the flying shot at it. Jackie Chan style. Missed it. As we begin to wind around to midway through this last quarter here, Jurien have dominated from go to woe. Premiers last year, and they're going to win another. Led by Brendan Hurl in the ruck. Has been one of their better players again today as it gets over the back of the original contest. And there was Marson, who's been strong in defence. They've been under pressure as a collective, the Cervantes defence all day. Plenty of ball inside the forward 50 of Jurien. Tossed back in, to the front it goes. Ball triggers towards the boundary. Rumus throws it on the boot. So goes right across the face of goal. Didn't get any purchase on it. Slapped back into play though. First to it, Hamilton put his head over the footy. Flicked it wide. In trouble here. Had time to stop and think about it. Jones throws it on the boot and then it pitches away and misses. Away for a boundary throw in. 6 goals the margin. 7-7 plays 1-7. Wind a big factor, particularly in shots on goal today. Players congregate and dive in on top. Throw up. Later on today, of course, we've got this time there's been a card pulled out. And it will be Luke Jones, who will be escorted off the ground. The only real sour note of today for Jurien. He'll take a sit on the pine for the remainder of the game. You doubt it would dampen his spirits too much. Going to try and barrel one long to the broadcast side. It got over the initial contest. Hands were a little wayward from Rose. Managed to trickle it into the corridor, and then Jurien respond well. Kennedy bounced off his chest. He has support there, tried to paddle it forward, and Greenwood in the helmet went back and got it. Gave it to Connor. Back in turn to Kennedy. Inside 50 again for Jurien. Bouncing ball and knocked over. And out with Prady. More than happy to see the ball over the line. Another forward 50 stoppage from Jurien. Park ripped it out of the ruck. Tried to flick it over his head, but there was no one in there, although as the numbers start to move, it's again just wrapped up, and as my good friend Tony Neal would call it, it's the rolling maul, resembling more of a rugby scrum at the moment. Plenty of numbers from both sides around the ball as Druckmann tussle again. Thompson wrapped up, and another stoppage, making things difficult for players and commentators alike here this game of footy. Tap to the back, held without it you would think, and just slung around. Ander gets the free kick, get in front, just inside the paint of 50. Got options wide, he can almost raffle this as they're going to run with Jones to the paint of the 50. He's got the distance, he doesn't have the accuracy as he misses to the left. It just did not allow for the wind enough as it took hold of it and sent it to the left. 7-8 plays 1-7 here in the final quarter. Jurien clear leaders as the fly came from behind, and now they're out. Rose can take a bounce, can take another. Michael Anindo in pursuit, lost his footing at a critical stage. Going back in to support, Allen handballed it to the ground. Rose was there to mop up the mess. Michael Anindo, after doing the chasing, becomes the attacker. Spills loose. Ander, little toe poke off the deck. Just a little bit of soccer in there as trying to tap it forward and get it moving was Hamilton. He's going to then try and collect. Couldn't quite, was pushed in the side. Play on, said the umpire. And after all that, we get a free kick for high contact to Jurien in the hands of Warburton. He goes to the outer side, and standing tall underneath it was Hurl. He couldn't mark it though. So I'll get the free kick anyway, Jurien, as they go inboard, knocked away from Rafferty, who had it and then wrapped up again. So the ball has really lived in the contest, but there have been periods of play when it's looked really exciting as the ball got to the outside. Trying to weave his way through was Hucker. Kick ricocheted. Going forward, Gatt. He's got time and space. He's got the speed. Does he have the accuracy? He doesn't, as he misses the lot. And disappointing there from Jesse Gatt. He had probably more time than he realised. He could have really strode in, had a couple of bounces and made a sure thing of it. Instead, a flying shot, a goal, misses. Going wide, standing under it was Thompson, knocked away from him towards our commentary position here for Filming Footy, with thanks to Bet and Go Bank. Also, all of our other wonderful sponsors supported today, as this crowd really starts to build heading into the big game between Jurien and Dan Darrigan. Into the middle of Lancelin almost. Wenty had his head over it. In the end, it was smothered by his own teammate. Went and got his own foot. He throws it on the left. The kick wasn't a great looking one, as Wrecker was there. He couldn't quite hold on to it. He then circles around the back, and lots of numbers around this footy from both sides. Not clear. Rumus was brought down well by Thompson. Good pressure. Umpire will come in and try and break this up. On centre wing, broadcast outer side of Lancelin, as Jirian again will get another ball inside 50. The dribbler from Farrell was solid, and then the kick on goal was even better from Peacock. He got it. He turns to the crowd and he gives him a couple. Great finish there from Peacock. He was against the boundary, kicking with the breeze, a long way out from goal. And funnily enough, believe it or not, that is the first of the final term. And it is well and truly party time for the Jurian Bay Football Club. They're going to win another reserves premiership and set the tone for what is a massive day for them. Plenty of red and white dotted around Lancelin who have made the trip down from Jurian. Just a hold up in play as players sort themselves out. It's a free kick to Jurian for a 666 violation as hell. Sends it wide, diving and unable to hold it was Raycraft Stevens. Opens the door ajar now for Allen to dance his way through. Handed it to Isles. Wanted to get the 1-2 instead. Isles ignored that, slams it on the boot, and Greenwood is back to take the mark. It's out wide. It's the outer side, left half back. It's going to come back to where it came, into the middle of the ground. Connor able to now really soak it up and enjoy it here. The red and white contingent takes the mark, plays on, under trouble, under a bit of pressure now. Warburton puts it inside, knocked through the legs of Raycraft Stevens, who then went back, retrieves it, slams it to half forward, over the back. Doing the defending was Prime, with the socks up, the helmet on, the handball a little sloppy as Isles leads the race. Has time to gather, stop, prop, and make sure of it as he goes down the line to Rose, who's also been good. Involved in that scuffle before, hence the rip of the jumper, as he wheels on to his trusty left. Wants Wenty, who then casually goes back into the front of the contest and takes the mark from his ankles to full forward. Numbers in favour of Jurian, and floating back to take a good defensive mark is Connor. Options are plenty out wide, and that's where he heads. Into conservation mode, well and truly now. Jurian just enjoying this moment. Not often you get such an easy grand final, but they have been superb today. Full credit going their way to half forward for Cervantes for one last consolation prize. Rose pushed in the back. It'll come back to him for a free kick. This game, Sting well and truly out of it now. Numbers forward of the footy. Wenty's one of those. Thompson as well, who using his body, spills the mark. The hospital pass there. It's a high tackle in favour of Jurian. Breeze, you want to say, has probably stayed at a consistent spot as the kick overcooked. Bowman now has to work for it. Doing well, running through was Cousins, provided the run, and the leg was good as well. It was out for Gatt. He couldn't quite gather, although he paddled in front rather Rumans. Allen was there, screwing ball around. Nice little chiseler on the left. Inside the corridor, Rose takes the mark. half forward. Wheels around a high up and under footy. It's a full forward, knocked away. Good defensive pressure there from Wrecker. Knocked it away from Thompson. Ball still alive though. Flicks out the back. On hands and knees, a few Jurien players, and the commitment shown is able to remove it as the siren sounds. Jurien run out, big winners. They go back to back, 8-8. They win it 1-1, 1-7. A dominant performance from the Doggies, a mauling of the Tiger Sharks, and they set the tone for what is a massive day for the Jurien Bay Football Club. They're on top from go to woe. Hurl leading the charge, particularly in the middle. Rumans was good. Harris also. Connor had his moments. Really like Farrell up forward as well as we go through some of the goal scorers. Farrell, he kicked 2. Peacock 1. Ward 1. Gatt 1. Park 1. Evans also with 1. Gatt rather with 2 as well. While for Cervantes, Marrett, the lone goal scorer. Conditions wreaking havoc here in Lancelin. But Jurien, they run out big winners. A very comprehensive performance to win the Reserves Premiership for 2024. Never looked like being challenged. Cervantes just lacked a bit of polish and a bit of class. And that's where Jurien were able to capitalise. As our attention now starts to move to the grand final for the league between Jurien and Dan Darrigan. It's scheduled to be at 2:15. So we've got a fair while until then. But who knows, it could be earlier. But make sure you stick around. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with more right from Lancelin in the 2024 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final right after this. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final between Jurien Bay and Dan Darrigan. It is sure to be a cracking game of football here at Lancelin Sporting Complex. I'm filming footy with thanks to Bendigo Bank, your community bank. I'm James Gardner, doing it all for filming footy. Can't wait to bring you this big clash between Dan Darrigan and Jurien as they battle it out for the 2024 Premiership here in the Central Midlands Coastal. Windy conditions here at Lancelin, as you can probably tell from the surroundings. Earlier today it was the Reserves Grand Final with Jurien running out clear winners over Cervantes, and now their league side will look to make it a double sweet day for the Bulldogs as they take on the Dan Darrigan Saints in the 2024 edition of the Grand Finals. We take a look at how these two sides got here. Well, in the second semi they faced off against each other. Jurien defeated Dan Darrigan by just 5 points, 7-5-47 to Dan Darrigan 6-6-42. In past meetings before that, Dan Darrigan won by 8 points, Dan Darrigan also by 28 earlier, and Jurien by 10 goals in their first encounter this year. So it's sure to be a cracking game. You would think. Jurien, they finished in second. They had 8 wins, 4 losses, a percentage of 171%. They obviously get that direct ticket through. They had last week off as they watched Dan Darrigan take on Cervantes in the prelim, where they won pretty comfortably in the end, 87-55. And it's fair to say, you wouldn't be mistaken for saying Dan Darrigan enter as favourites. They finished on top of the ladder. They had 10 wins, 2 losses, a percentage of 172. Campbell Putland up forward with 38 goals for the season, and Matthew Helms joining him on 28 up forward. While for Jurien, Curtis Eltinia, 24 goals, and Cam Somerville, 23 for him. So both sides are out on the ground. Jurien warming up to the right of screen at the northern end of Lancelin Complex, while Dan Darrigan, the Saints, in their red, white and black vertical striped jumpers to the left of screen at the southern end. Plenty happening here in Lancelin today. Earlier on we had the hockey grand finals, we had netball grand finals and finals happening over on the netball courts behind the club rooms and behind the canteen. Of course we had the reserves as well, where Jurien won, winning back-to-back premierships in the reserves. But now our attention turns to the big game, Dan Darrigan and Jurien in the league grand final for 2024. Bounce down is due at 2:15, so we're about 12 or so minutes away, where we'll be lucky enough to be joined by a couple of special guests throughout the call, including at halftime, where we'll have a chat to Rob Kestel, Director of the Community Bank Gingin and Lancelin Board, with thanks to Bendigo Bank, Community Bank, Gingin and Lancelin. And they are Bendigo Bank not only gives you access to award-winning financial products and services, but they're also committed to returning profits to their local communities. Where else can you get great banking, create such a positive local impact? $3.5 million, that's right, $3.5 million have been put back in to community contributions with the Shire of Gingin and counting. Bendigo Bank, Gingin and Lancelin, not only platinum sponsors of the Pirates Football Club where we are today, they've just given $25,000 towards the new boundary fencing installed at the Pirate Park home ground. It is simply a win-win when you bank with Bendigo. Your banking has helped support the clubs, projects and organisations at the heart of our community, and they continue to make a positive impact by returning profits to the communities that generate them. We're on the lookout today for the player of the day with thanks to Endeavour Tavern, Lancelin WA's best beer garden, open 7 days a week from 11 a.m. Breathtaking views from the beer garden, a wide variety of beverages on tap, restaurant full of tasty lunch and dinner options. Have a flutter at the TAB, the Endeavour Tavern is the perfect choice. So come in, pull up a chair and let's take care of the rest, located on the beachfront, Gingin Road, Lancelin. Of course, our goal of the day with thanks to Uniquip Electrical Supplies. Uniquip are an electrical wholesaler and distributor. Not only do you get family business providing old-fashioned customer service and quality products, they are also West Australian owned. They have an expert technical knowledge and extensive industry experience. They've got stores everywhere. They've got stores in Welshpool, Wangara and Bibberlac. Uniquip is your one-stop electrical supplies shop. Pop in and say hi to Chad in one of the Uniquip Electrical Services store and tell him that the Pirates sent you. And of course our mark of the day with thanks to Wealth Advisory. Their vision is your wealth. Wealth Advisory is a chartered accounting firm offering personalised, down-to-earth solutions for both personal and business accounting. At Wealth Advisory, we get to know you, your circumstances, your challenges and your goals, and then deliver the information you need to fine-tune your financial decisions. Contact Ryan and the team at Wealth Advisory, putting you back in control of your finances. Thank you very much to all our sponsors here on Filming Footy. Grand final day in the 2024 in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. Big crowd in, lots of congregated down in the Cam Bar to the left of screen behind the southern goals. We've also got a big contingent of Cervantes on the other Cam Bar across the oval. And where else would you find a more scenic spot to call and watch footy than right here in Lancelin? You've got the ocean is inside of the footy oval. I'm looking directly out at it, and it is pumping out there. The wind is coming from a west-southwest. It's coming directly across the ground, so no real advantage to either side, but it does make things extremely difficult when kicking on goal and also using the footy. 18 degrees currently. It's windy, all right. 24 kilometre winds west-southwest with 34 kilometre wind gusts. 14 degrees is what it feels like, and hopefully the rain stays away. We had a couple of drops in the last game in the reserves. We had some on the way up and a few before the game, but hopefully we will have a clear skies ahead and a beautiful day for football here in Lancelin. Can't wait to bring you all the action. James Gardner calling it all for Filming Footy as we await for the teams to get in position for the national anthem, the welcome to country, and of course then the coin toss on what is a huge day for the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. They were runners-up in the Division 2 finals down at the Nutrient Ag Country Championships, and now their big day is here in Lancelin to crown the winner of the 2024 Central Midlands Coastal Football League Grand Final. The Saints of Dan Darrigan and the Bulldogs of Jurien Bay. And Chris joins me in the box. Chris, you're the Vice President of the Jurien Bay Footy Club. You've had a long involvement with Jurien. How are the nerves and how's the feeling heading into today?
Yeah, thanks for inviting me into the box, and welcome to all listeners. Yeah, I think we're measured. We're the defending champions. We won by 9 goals last year. The personnel for us has changed a little bit, but we've managed to keep the core. Dan Darrigan, I think they're a little bit stronger. There was a fair few guys from Country Week that I noticed were mostly in their best players, so it's going to be a tough contest. I think it's almost a flick of the coin if I looked at the odds. I think the last 6 occasions it's been pretty much 3 each, so we can't take much bearing on the last year's grand final as far as evenness over the last couple of years. But they're a great club, and it's a real they're the best 2 teams that have made it through to the grand final today. And and even I'll be wearing my Jurien heart on my sleeve, but may the best side win.
Absolutely, expecting a really cracking contest. Just 5 points separated the two as we pause for the welcome to country and the national anthem. Welcome to Country's done. Now the toss of the coin, the 2 skippers, Thomas Smith of Dan Darrigan, Anton Scotney from Jurien Bay. And it is Dan Darrigan who win it with Smith. And they'll be kicking with Scotney. So they'll be kicking to the left of screen, Dan Darrigan to the southern end of Lancelin as we prepare for what is going to be a cracking grand final. Pretty overcast conditions, wind blowing directly across the ground. Chris, I know you're a Jurien man at heart. Who do you feel will win today?
Yeah, again, the team that takes their chances. So straight kicking is good football. Who use it the best through the midfield? and again, and I think disciplined football. It might come down to 1 or 2 50-metre penalties. So I'll tip Jurien. I think we've done the work. We've got the experienced Reece Waters leading the way. He's got a couple of the Subi boys with him. He's coached under the great Jared Schofield, who is AFL experienced, and he's brought that to training. So our drills have been good. Our numbers have been good in Perth training. So I just think our experience will hold up. And Reece is a born winner. He's a multiple premiership player at Subiaco. He played 1 year of Amos for Kingsway, got the money there, and he's come back home to Jurien Bay, and he's going for back-to-back. So I think the boys can get it done. But,
how important for not only the footy club but the wider Jurien Bay community would it be if you were able to complete the reserves and league double today?
This has been an incredible rebuild for the club. A lot of people won't know, but 2 years ago we went to Cervantes and got beaten by 54 goals in league and 38 in reserves, and 2 years later down the track we're looking at back-to-back silverware in both grades. So, and it started at the top. Harrison Park's an outstanding leader, and his committee around him's awesome. We've got incredible volunteers, but you need the cattle on the track, and again I praise Reece, and we've got new lights to train under, which was important. And the support of the Perth couple of guys that come up each week, it's been really good. And, I'd love to say you don't need paid players, but we didn't have them when we got belted by 54 goals. So, it's a necessary evil, unfortunately. But fortunately, we've been able to recruit a couple of Jurien Bay boys back that, like Joel Latham, a premiership player at Subiaco. His dad was the headmaster at school as a junior, and he was an 04 juniors player. And then Brad Waters didn't reach the heights of his brother, but still an outstanding footballer, and he's back working for the Shire, and we're very lucky. And they're son of the great Jim Waters, and who was a successful player and actually a successful player in premierships, but an outstanding player to boot. So it's very important, and there's no doubt the involvement of the netball and the hockey has created just a different layer of football for the town and community involvement. So everyone gets a run, whether you're supporting or you're playing. So it's really good. And obviously we're very proud of the club to have 6 teams in the grand final. We had 6 last year and came home with 4 flags. Not sure how some of the other results are going today, but the reserves have banked their victory, and it was very exciting.
Stan Darrigan and Jurien in the grand final for 2024. It's going to be an absolute cracking game. Both sides were the best all year. They met just a couple of weeks ago in the second semi. On that occasion, it was Jurien by 5 points. Bestry's in the ruck for them. Staring him down is Thomas Brooks from Dan Darrigan. On the near side on this wing, Joel Latham from Jurien Bay. He'll be facing up against Todd Kenny. The siren sounds, we're all set and ready to go. The grand final for 2024 is underway, and both ruckmen had a piece of it. It's kicked out by Waters, gets it to half forward, running past was Kenny, overrun it. Handball Wells behind him. Latham will go for goal. It's off the side of the boots and it's away and missing the target. It will be a boundary throw in, so immediately a fast start for Jurien.
Yeah, and you can really tell that wind's got to play a massive effect on the game on this side of the ground. So, again, take your chances. Joel, he had the speed then, so he looks good. He's come off a couple of injuries this year, so good signs for him early.
An early forward 50 stoppage for Jurien. In front position and knocking it down was Bestry, trying to track it away. Dan Darrigan defence. And boundary line is closer, though. It was kept in cleverly by the Latham, who handballed it away. Britzer, a high up and under ball, won't travel the required. Straight up the chimney, knocked clear. Dan Darrigan tried to clear it through. Putland, his handball was a little loose. Umpire circles, lots of numbers around this. The clearing kick was almost there. Helms, it's a hot footy early. It's back inside 50 for Jurien. Kenny will track it back. He was the first there in the helmet. Once the safety of the boundary line. In the end, Latham is pushed into the row of Jurien Bay supporters, and we'll get another stoppage. So early on, inside, it's a lot of pressure, high pressure footy, as you'd expect in a grand final.
Yeah, the sting will come out of the game in a few minutes, and boys will settle down, but it's bodies on the line early, and again, who takes their chances? Todd Kenny there, he's a star. He's got the ball on a string already.
Kenny already with a few touches, sends it to centre wing, but Marriott is in front for Jurien and taking the mark, although the umpire sees it the other way. Possibly a case for a 50-metre penalty. Umpire doesn't see it that way. So Dan Darrigan with their first chance of meaningful ball use after Jurien have had the early few touches. Left all alone out the back was by Riley, who takes the intercept mark. The switch kick wasn't fantastic, possibly a bit of turf toe, but it works out okay for June as they get it to centre wing, spoilt away. Latham will gather, has a bit of time to get onto the left, and a searing ball. That is beautiful delivery there from Joel Latham. Spots the kick up. Jeffrey wants options to come to him, sets it up for the big forwards to jump at, and there's been a high free kick picked out, and it will go the way of Cam Somerville, who took front position and rightly so gets the free kick. Tough angle, 50 metres or 40 or so metres out. He needs to go left goal post here. If he's to kick this, it would be a perfect start for Jurien. We've had it locked in their forward half. Somerville kicks it flat, won't make the journey, falls short onto the boundary line, socket away out of there by Brown, and he wants the boundary line, finds it, and a bit of push and shove going back in. Ryan wanting to pick an early fight, umpire quickly.
Yeah, it was just a tricky distance for Cam then, wasn't it? He was that sort of 45, the breeze coming across him.
Tossed back into play. Trying to bustle his way through Hoskins. As the umpire set, calls for a try up. So, Jurien as a football club, how are the development as well? Like with the juniors coming through, the junior program's obviously strong if you're able to continuously contend in reserves and league premierships.
Yeah, no, the depth of the club's been as good as it's ever been. We had we played 60 different guys in reserves this year, and 15 guys missed out today who had qualified to play in the grand final sides. The juniors, I think the numbers were about 31, which eventually we had to cap, only 16 on the field. So a lot of guys on the bench, a bit of a nightmare for premiership player Brent Bailey and Shire president, but he managed the kids really well, and he managed the parents really well. But the numbers are strong, and it's obviously a great place to live. But we are a transit town where people come, they go. We have policemen, we have Shire workers, we have teachers, and they bring kids. But fortunately for the Bay, there's a baby boom on at the moment, so the future's looking very bright.
Fantastic to see. A beautiful part of the world, Jurien Bay. If you haven't visited, make sure you put it on your bucket list to do. Craig Hoskins gets the free kick for a high tackle, goes short inside. It's a nice delivery. So far they've been good by foot. It's with Logan Spurger, who then sears it forward. It was a low raking kick, a low centre of gravity. Keefe was there for Dan Darrigan, flying in front, who locks it up, and they're able to relieve it away in the means of a stoppage.
It's going to be a real arm wrestle. This breeze is not favouring one end. It's coming directly from the ocean to the side of the ground. So I don't think we can have a bearing on it. It's going to be who uses it the most, and it's going to be this arm wrestle. I don't think we're going to get rain. We might get the odd shower, but overall I think we're fine. And who uses it the best? First options.
So far, Jurien's ball use by foot has been exceptional. They just need to start putting it on the scoreboard. Possibly a chance now. Handball came out. Waters has his sights set on goal for the first of the grand final. He's kicked it.
Oh, he's a superstar. You know, Reece Waters, 2 premierships at Subiaco, possibly on the AFL draft list at one stage, but today he's just calling a crisis. He's had a huge week, and it's gone his way, and today he started off like a house on fire. So Reece Waters, put that one in the book, ladies and gentlemen.
Just bent it through. He allowed for the breeze. It looked good off the boot, and it was never missing. First of the grand final, going the way of Jurien.
He's always been a goal kicker, and he loves that coming off the wing and having that bounce or two, getting the ball back maybe in a possession and then lining up from goals. But he's a great kick on the run, and he just knows where the goals are, and he's leading by example today.
Ball back in the middle with umpire Dean Margetts. Great to have him up here in Lancelin, former AFL umpire himself. Climbing high was Bestry, won the hit out, but Dan Darrigan had the advantage. Gooch went to the voice of Keefe, and then he was locked up, and bottom of the pack, Williams as well, and Margetts quickly comes in to gain back control. Thrown back up, Bestry again takes front position, but Dan Darrigan with the clearance and out on the lead, taking front position. Lorison, he'll roll around onto the right. Options are plenty up forward. Coming out to meet it, was almost taken. Renke was there, wants to hand it back to Putland, and he's called, holding the ball. Advantage will be paid. The Jurien pressure so far has been good. Up to centre wing, time one in favour of Dan Darrigan. The cavalry arrives. Handball back from Keith was solid. Little one down the line was okay from Paul. It'll work out and just sit nicely for him. Hoskins is there on hands and knees going in. Bestry wants the ball up. Eventually Margetts will circle and call for a throw up directly in front of our commentary box for Filming Footy, with thanks to Bendigo Bank, your local community bank, putting in to country football, particularly in the Central Midlands Coastal. Along the boundary line goes Paul, and we'll get a throw in. So an advantage of about 20 metres from the last stoppage to left half forward for Dan Darrigan.
Pressure radar off the charts at the moment.
Again, Bestry with the hit out. Keith, who's had Kenny, who's had a stack of the ball early, out to meet it, and gathering okay in the end was Alice, who then had to circle around, handed it to Hunt, who's at the bottom, and Margetts again circles, and they'll throw it up. Centre half forward here for Dan Darrigan. Tap down by Brooks. Ball spills loose. Alice tries to bustle his way through the pack. Handed out to Rather. He hands it to the run. Paul's there for the first for the Saints. Misses to the near side. So Dan Darrigan get their first points on the board, but it is a minor score only. One straight. Plays one behind. It's a hot footy early.
Yeah, Jamie Paul, outstanding for Dan Darrigan. I think he may have won the Luxic medal a couple of weeks ago for the association, and you just saw there that he found space, couldn't compose himself quietly, and threw for the minor score, but a let off for Jurien Bay.
Straight up the Staples go the Dogs, and then wrapped up is Hunt.
Boys just starting to settle now. Just that initial chaos is out of the game, and now we'll settle down and play some football.
How do you expect Jurien to play the footy once it eventually settles?
Traditionally, the longer the game goes on, the better we get. We've been slow starters for the last couple of years, but we grind our way, and I expect nothing else today. But again, there's going to be nothing in this from the early signs that I see.
Free kick going the way of Ryan for holding the ball, goes to a one-on-one on the strength. How about that from Jamie Paul at centre half forward? Wheels around immediately. He's got three options. They're going to spoil each other. Spills out the back. First there was Rather. Knocked away from him. The Jurien defence, very good. Comes wide. Latham's there. Hands it over the top. The pressure was coming from Kenny and it affected the handball. He got it back. Good reward for effort. Handballed it over the top. Paul will run round onto the right. Got absolutely no purchase on the kick up to full forward. But it's going to fall rather off the shin on the goal line. Made something out of nothing, and Dan Darrigan have their first in what has been a hot start to the 2024 Grand Final.
Yeah, great Grand Final. The pressure's just been fantastic. A goal each. Ladies and gentlemen, lock yourself in for a blinder of a game. This is going to be a beauty. I found the standard up here to be very good. I went to Country Week this year and we came second to Geraldton, and we're in B grade, which is a strong league. And no exceptions today. Not for the faint-hearted. So very exciting, very exciting. You're going to get your $15 worth today, ladies and gentlemen.
And those watching at home, I'm sure, are enjoying it on Filming Footy. Glad to have your company wherever you may be around the globe.
And can I say what a great effort to John Abbott and his team down at Lancelin there for hosting the day. The place is looking immaculate. They had the fires earlier in the year, but they've been able to weather that storm, and the facilities are great.
From the restart, Latham has it on a string at the moment. The kick, delightful, spills loose out the back, trying to get boots the ball. Bestry did so. Going back in to try and retrieve it is Hardy, and then it is ripped out of there by Steers, who throws it on the boot, got no purchase on it. And the Dan Darrigan defence so far have been doing great things as they go wide with Rather. The last goal scorer down the line, a chipping ball, mark taken by Gooch. He's going to just hold it momentarily and wait for the numbers to flood back. He spots the option inside. It was a beautiful looking kick, and Kenny, who made the run on the left, race out, delightful ball movement, got it to Renke, he goes forward, and the mark taken by Jamie Paul. You won't see better ball movement than that from the Dan Darrigan Saints.
Yet again, it's the big games. Kenny, Paul, they just know how to play football. They are stars, and they're really rising to the top at the moment. A little bit shell-shocked at the moment, Jurien Bay. They had their chances in the forward line just then. Ball didn't quite bounce their way, but I'm expecting them to bounce back very quickly. But he's got to kick it yet, so let's see how he goes.
To cap off what has been early the play of the game, Paul to head in front, never in doubt. He has his first, Dan Darrigan have two, and they are starting to get rolling here in this grand final for 2024. Dan Darrigan 2-1-13, Jurien one straight 6. Jurien, any response?
Yeah, no, just to go back to John and his team at Lansdowne, who have done such an incredible job. For those that don't know, we rotate the grand final this year. It was in Mora for almost forever, and I think this is the 4th year. Jurien Bay hosted it last year, which was a massive success, and now Lansdowne have their turn. The facilities are great, and the coffee's been brewing all day. The netball's been played over there on the other side. We've got jumpy castles, we've got face painting, we've got a mobile bar, and we've even got a mobile grandstand. So, no excuses for not a great day down here at Lano.
It's a superb day, great facilities down here at Lansdowne as Jurien start to get rolling again. Latham with the high up and under ball, spilled to the back, to the run of Waters, tight ropes the boundary line, chiseling ball off the half volley, the pick up was nice, the hands to Savas was even better, finish wasn't quite there, but in the end set it up nicely, and the mark out on the lead taken by Bestry, who took front position, got the jukes out, and the mark paid.
Yeah, great work by the Jurien Bay boys then, playing as a team. Bundy got in and under. He's a great little player. He missed out last year in the league grand final and played reserves. He's bounced back to his character this year, and he set up Bestry for a big goal. Big Jordan Bestry.
Right behind this kick from Bestry. Looks good off the boot. Looks very good.
Oh, we've got a game on our hands.
We are right in the front here. Bestry, after completing a very nice mark, gets it back to a solitary point.
Big Jordan Bestry can play. He's brought up his big brother Zach this year, and together they're a very formidable combination. And and they'll run all day too. As ruckman, they're very versatile. They can go back, they can go forward, and you just saw then that Jordan Bestry brought up a lovely goal. So absolutely fantastic.
Only midway through the first quarter, we've already seen so many great highlights. Plenty more to come, you would suspect. Don't go anywhere. Stay locked into filming footy all afternoon. From the restart, both ruckmen had a piece of it as it spills loose towards the broadcast side. Latham was there, went back in to get it. Umpire circles, going nowhere. Joel Latham's been good so far on the wing, creating a lot of opportunity moving forward for Jurien.
Class act, always has been. Just a great footballer.
Spills loose from the break. Rather knocked away from the option there in Renke. Spills to Gooch. He went back to go forward, and they're going to reload again down Darrigan, although the kick was pretty poor. And out in front, Hardy takes the intercept mark. Straight away looking for Latham. Overcooked the kick. He burnt it as it rolls over and out, and it's going to stay in the Dan Darrigan forward 50.
Yeah, that was the wind playing a little bit of havoc then. It was a 15-metre, 20-metre pass, and overcooked it, as you say, and it's a boundary throw-in, and Dan Darrigan off the hook.
Thrown back into play. Over the back was Zach Bestry, who got it free. Paul with the boot on ball, and that was clever from Bogensperger. Heard the voice, and now they're out through the middle of the ground.
Oh, Jennings got some run.
Gets it over the top. The clean pickup was needed from Jeffrey. How's the finish? It's there! No, it's missing to the near side.
And Jeffrey's got in the right position, just didn't hit it quite sweetly enough. It came off the boot, looked like it was pretty good, but just couldn't dribble through. Great run by Jager there. Oh, what a player.
Had an open goal ahead of him. Could have probably run in another 10 to 15 metres instead. Dan Darrigan let off the hook yet again. Wide sweeping ball, good kick out there. Had a defence. Left half back. Been a tight contest so far. Paul takes front position. It was knocked away from him. Bestry was lurking, handed back. It was a loose handball from Jurien, and now it's back inside 50 for Dan Darrigan. How does the ball sit? It sits kindly for the Saints. Trying to get through was Parker. Couldn't beat the couple of opponents, and then trying to go in was Hunt. Tried to paddle it to himself. Missed it. Back outside 50. Dan Darrigan, though, still with plenty of numbers. A great hit laid there by Marriott, and we're going to have a bit of a push and shove, and the umpire will come in, break them up.
Yeah, good strong tackle, a little bit over the shoulder. The umpire saw it.
Free kick given to Gooch, who will load up for yet another inside 50 for Dan Darrigan. The kick wasn't fantastic. Latham had time to give the hands away, and yet again Jurien all of a sudden are back out on centre wing. But the numbers are with Ryan, who has support, although the hands weren't great to Gooch. Going back in to try and retrieve it was Bestry. Not clear. Possibly taken for a ride there, Bestry. Umpire said play on. He had one arm pinned. Latham off hands. Will go out and we'll have a boundary throw in. Dead on centre wing, neutral territory, broadcast side. Off the ball, Latham and Gooch. Bit of a push and shove. Umpire says nothing in that. He says throw the ball in and get this game back underway. From the restart, clearance fell the way of Smith, and then running through was Britzer with the run. Inside 50 again. The kick wasn't fantastic, although they might be able to make hay while the sun shines here, Jurien. It's coming away though through Rava with the scraping ball inside. Trying to pick it up was Helms off the ankles. Tapped it forward. We'll get it back. Gooch wrapped up immediately. And there'll be another stoppage here. Centre half forward for Jurien, who are kicking to the northern end of Lancelin in this first quarter.
Yeah, Joel Latham again, he must be up to 10 possessions, and they're all class touches, so yeah, showing his skill again. He's in line for the best on the ground so far, but again, very early days.
Be operating at around 80 to 90% disposal efficiency. Very smart use of the footy as Lorison puts it inside. Jurien, they've got the numbers, and eventually the numbers do win out. They have Latham wide. Does the boundary line beat him? No, he gets there just in time. Tight ropes it, then goes wide and long down the line. Very nice kick mark taken there by Britzer, who played on immediately. Probably could have stopped and propped. Instead it gets over the back. Servas was there. He tried to reel it in. He'll go back in again and then brought down by Tom Gooch. This time the skipper wrapped up, ball up. It is a hot footy early. Pressure has not dropped an iota.
It's through the mouth-watering contest, isn't it? Little Bundy, Johnny Savage, he's putting his body on the line beautifully, and Brits going well as well.
Dan Darrigan again, head wide and to left half forward, spoilt away over the back by Bestry to the front of the contest. The numbers with the Saints. Here's Kenny again. We've seen him with the ball in hand. He's an elite user. No different that time to Ryan, who's got time and space, kicking a goal and get the Saints third and hand them back the lead.
Todd Kenny take a bow. How does he do it? How does he find time? And his disposal always immaculate. I think he was the only all-star out of the league, and at Country Weekend we're seeing it now. He's coming off an injury. We probably thought he was out for the season. 4 weeks ago he was in a moon boot. Looks like he couldn't blow a candle out. He is a superstar and great use of the ball.
I have not seen him miss a target all day. He's an elite user by foot.
Yeah. No, very, very lucky to have a player of that ability, and a super bloke as well. So Todd Kenny on fire today.
A true arm wrestle after Jurien kicked the first. Dan Darrigan have responded with 3 to Jurien's 1. Out of the clearance, they win it. Williams takes it out on the lead. Looking for Kenny again. The ball will pitch in favour of Martin. He handed it wide down the line to Bogensberger. He's also a clever user of the footy. That one a little bit too much there. Put Hoskins in hospital. In the end, gets away with it after a high spoil.
Yeah, that was a tough contest, but one thing about Hosco is as tough as they come, so he'll wear that, and it might even fire him up a little bit.
Hoskins down the line to the outer side, and good mark taken by Scotney. for Dan Darrigan. Spots the kick inside. It had to be good, and it was. Ryan takes the mark. Our last goal scorer wheels around inside 50, overcooked the kick. Hoskins is back there in defence for Jurien. He wants to go back. He does so. And Jurien across the face. Latham marks it just inside the field of play. Boundary umpire said nope, no worries with that.
He had to be close then. That was centimetre perfect.
Down the line they head. Ball, a lot of it being played out on this broadcast side. Scotney had the sit, couldn't take the mark. Rather, there's been a whistle on play down the ground, and it's going the way of Jurien. So a costly error possibly there from Dan Darrigan, because they would have been back inside 50 and with a real chance to add another goal.
I think that was Joel Latham again on the receiving end.
Right on cue, Latham with his 15th touch of the footy, I reckon, already.
Yeah, no, he's clocking them up. He is a machine.
You'd love to have him in your fantasy side and have him skip it. That time a push in the back called, and it was there. Somerville will get the free kick. Both hands in the back. Umpire had no hesitation.
This looks like a bit of a right ankle or a left ankle.
Painful injuries.
Yeah,
ankles.
okay. Does not look good. Co-captain and co-coach Tommy Smith.
So we're going to have a break in play here as he makes his way off the ground. Because the clock has been stopped, they have to wait until he is properly vacated from the danger area. He is slowly moving under his own steam a little bit with the support of a couple of trainers.
And Jurian are very privileged today to have the great John Fluck Senior. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame last year, our first Hall of Famer, and Johnny Fluck Senior having a bit of a hard time at the moment. So we send our best wishes to John and all his family. But great to see you at the game, Flucky. So that's quarter time, I think.
Quarter time sounds, and it is a fast start for Dan Darrigan. They lead at 5-1-31 to Jurian, the reigning premiers, 2-2-14. The work ahead of them, it's 17 points at quarter time. We'll take a quick break and be back with the second quarter right after this. Welcome back to the Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final for 2024, where the Dandaragan Saints have taken a 17-point lead over the Jurien Bay Bulldogs, who are the reigning champions. Dandaragan, well, they lead it after a very solid start. It's been an entertaining game of football so far.
Oh yeah, no, privileged to be here. The weather's holding off nicely as far as the rain goes. The wind's still solid. Again, taking your chances. I said it at the start of the game, and Dandaragan did that. Probably about 12 entries and their 5 goals won. Jurien got off to a good start. I think they double tagged Reece Waters in the second half of that quarter, and that sort of made the difference. Joel Latham's the one who's off the leash now, but this is a mouth-watering contest, and I'm really excited and privileged to be here. And let's just see how the next quarter goes. But I think we're going to find out something in the next 10 minutes here. So can Jurien Bay hang in there, or is Dandy going to stamp their authority?
Second quarter underway. 17 points is all that separates them in favour of the Dandaragan Saints. Hunt with the first clearance on the left, just a scrubby kick forward, but a run was provided by Gooch. They're inside 50, Dandaragan for the first time in the second quarter. Knocked away to the front. Hoskins was there, was beaten to it. Just a little tougher in the contest on that occasion, Dandaragan. Dancing around was Lorison, puts them inside 50, but that was a pretty terrible kick.
Yeah, Brad Waters, he's been firm in defence all year, and that was no exception on that occasion.
Breeze starting to really pick up. To the broadcast side they head. Hoskins was caught behind. It was a wide sweeping handball. Hoskins is there, and with him for company is Lorison, and boundary line wins.
This boundary ump's certainly getting earning his pay. Oh, his arms will be tired this afternoon.
Not an easy task throwing it into this Breeze. Knocked to the front, and then Hoskins happy to see it over. Wouldn't like to be a medium pacer pushing into this.
No, that's for sure. Whew. You'd want some shine on the ball.
Back into play, Hoskins wrapped up.
Hoskins' numbers must be enormous. Another Subiaco boy, certainly in the twilight of his career, but certainly got a lot more to give as well. So again, very lucky to have Hosco up here.
Right on cue, he gathers. He was taken high, play on, said the umpire. Handball was a little too hot for Steers. Handed it back to Brogan Spear, who then spears it long, and then it goes over and out after Somerville knocks it over. So still we're locked in this arm wrestle. Although Dandaragan have the 17-point buffer, the game in general plays a lot closer than what the scoreboard suggests.
Oh, we can feel the grind, can't we? It's just going to be a slug.
They'll need every bit of this lead as from the outside of the boot. Brogan Spear, it was a clever looking kick, although Somerville couldn't hold on to it. It was through his hands. Off the deck, Steers couldn't gather. Roving his way through, and the hands away from Latham were okay. Paul now, clearing kick to the broadcast side of the ground. Bouncing ball, and then wrapped up. And
yeah, great tackle, Bailey Marriott. Bailey Marriott, a boy who came to the football club Jurien Bay a couple of years ago from the Mount Lawley Amateurs in Perth, had a couple of seasons down there, and he's earned himself a free kick. Good on you, Bailey Marriott.
Silly there from Lorison, just carrying on the push and shove a little bit too long, and these little free kicks and a little bit of ill discipline could potentially cost Dandaragan. Nice mark taken out in front by Somerville. Wants to roll to centre half forward. Going back with the flight. Courage personified by Britzer. Has an open goal in front. Jurien with the first of the second quarter.
Britzer, what a footballer. Bailey Marriott, stand tall. You took the body heat and you got the reward. Well done, Jurien Bay.
First of the second goes the way of the Bulldogs. And the contingent of red and white jumpers all rose around us.
Austin
as soon as that went through.
Austin Britzer, it was a courageous effort to put his body on the line, got around a couple and kicked that goal. Britzer, he's a local bloke who came down, I think he's an apprentice at one of the wind farms. He came down last year and he comes in as a one-pointer. Had a serious knee injury a couple of years ago, done the pre-season last year and was rewarded with a premiership. He might have had a little run down at East Perth, and no, he's certainly a class player. And here he goes again.
From the clearance, throwing it on the boot, Britzer. It's a half forward, just wobbling it there and now leading the chase with Somerville. He has support. One of those men there was Bailey off the side of the boot. Wasn't where it was intended to go. Britzer comes through the spoil. He's going to get it back. Here's Bailey for back-to-back goals. The Bulldogs are now rolling.
You know, Brent
And
Bailey,
they cut it back further.
Britzer again, he stood up. The last 3 minutes has been inspirational football by him. And Cam Somerville put his body on the line. But Brent Bailey, Shire CEO, great bloke, coach of the Nippers, had a tough morning today. The boys going down and they probably started favourites. But yeah, that was a beautiful goal and he celebrated in fine style. Brent Bailey.
We're back to 5 points, back-to-back goals for Joondalup. We have got a game on our hands here at Lancel and we didn't expect anything less for the 2024 Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final. Fair to say the crowd are probably in favour of Dan Darrigan, neutral supporters, so they're creating their own energy, Jurian, and they're going to possibly get another clearance, although slipping over there, Britzer. And he's caught holding the ball. Gee, tough decision.
Yeah, a little bit tough. Britzer again, traditionally a forward, but when he goes into the midfield, he just adds so much sting and his pace and his composure. Yeah, unlucky then, Britzer, but yeah, to his character, he'll be back.
Martin. Retreat, goes underground. Wanted the 1-2, didn't provide it. Now they're able to try and get their way out of trouble with hands here. Going back and retracting with Steers. Kick along the line was okay, although the wind wreaks havoc and Scotney just read it better than Somerville on that occasion. Has it defensive side of centre wing. He's got nowhere to go. He's under pressure now. Gets the kick away in time to no one in particular. A 2-on-2. Falls out the back. Handball out the back door from Bestry was good. Linking up with hands. Martin goes back. And now to centre wing they head, although reading it again better was Ryan. He's got options inside the corner. It's a dangerous kick. Just a little too much airtime. And now they can rebound Julian Bale, though it goes out. And they get away with murder, Dan Darrigan.
Oh, it's decision making now. The good decisions will get the goals. Brent Bailey making an impact in the last 3 minutes. Putting his body on the line. Steers having another impact as well. Jager got the Norm Smith last year, best player in the grand final.
Double palm down from Bestry was good. Ball still hasn't travelled very far. Bestry climbs in on top of it. Kenny with him in the helmet and umpire circles, and eventually he's happy to see a ball up.
The pressure's gone up a level again. Just when you think, oh, the quarter started, it's there, but now it's right on again. And yeah, can Dan Darrigan handle the pressure at the moment? And that was out in the full. So there you go. It's mistakes. It's good decision making, and it's taking your chances.
Jurian starting to get reward for effort on the scoreboard as well. First 2 goals of this quarter. Somerville wants it long from Hoskins, so that's where he heads. He's got a couple of beat in the front. The mark almost taken, falls to the front. Rama gave the hands away. The clearing kick was okay. It might work here for Dan Darrigan. Gets to the front after the spoil from Marriott. Missed the intended target in Mackay. And then over and out it heads. So Dan Darrigan, the boundary line, the next best result, because they had nothing forward of the ball past this contest at centre wing.
Defence holding up for Jurian Bay. Bailey Marriott, Cooper Watson.
The kick out from Brooks was okay, although it didn't travel as far as he would have liked. It's been a holding free kick going to Dan Darrigan. So despite them being on the ropes early in this second quarter, James Williams has the free kick and puts them inside 50 out the front, rising. You could see him coming from a mile away. The mark taken, and it is Angus Lorison again.
He's having a good game. He's having an impact. You know, probably had his half a dozen possessions, but they've counted. So, yeah, pressure on Jurian Bay here. They've done all that work to get back into the game, and he'll be doing his best to gate crash the party.
Recognise the space in front of him. Already has one today. That was at the midway point of the first quarter. This one, a pretty tough kick. He'll kick it from about 50. He starts at left. It's going to swing back. It doesn't have the distance. Still in play. Ball bounces on ends and then it eventually rolls out. It looked good off the boot as it swung back, but he just didn't have the journey. I suppose, again, that breeze is probably in his face a little bit. If it's going to favour anywhere, I reckon it's favouring the left of screen.
Yeah, excellent point. Up here in the commentary box, it's a little bit swirly, but down there, that ball held up. That was from 45 metres out. He hit it sweetly, but it didn't make the distance. So that we've got to take that into consideration. Come the last quarter, Jurien Bay might be kicking with a 1 or 2 goals advantage slight, and you may have a feeling it is swinging a little bit around. But one thing's for sure, it is solid, and it's probably up to about 20 knots.
Ball still in transition here. The kick out was good there from Latham, and now they can really start to get the ball moving through hands, although they invite the pressure. Jurien Bay, they're not out of trouble just yet. Swooping on it, Scottney, wrapped up immediately. Great pressure there from Cooper Watson.
Yeah, what a tackle.
And a couple of players come in to remonstrate, although they clear off pretty quickly. Ruckman tussle again. It's been a fascinating watch so far. The sweeping handball away. Hoskins. Latham, the kick wasn't fantastic, and it's over and out. Missing.
Now we can settle down now as the two teams have balanced up halfway through the second quarter. They've felt each other out. They've got their positions.
This game now just settling into a nice little bit of a rhythm from the clearance. Saints again have probably won the clearances, Dan Darrigan, so far. They've had the ascendancy through the midfield, but it's been through transition that Jurien have been able to score their goals. Savas is wrapped up by a couple of Saints, and we get another stoppage on the broadcast wing. Good ruck work there from Brooks. Tries to go back in and get his own footage. Spills out, and free kick to Dan Darrigan.
Now the second semi-final 2 weeks ago came down to the wire. Jurien Bay got up by 5 points in absolute treacherous conditions. The Oval was a flood. It was a hard game. Then Dan Darrigan had to butter up it last week against Cervantes. Again, another contest. Jurien Bay had the week off. Will that come into account in the last quarter? Time will tell.
That week off could be crucial. Bestry climbed high and really pulled in his own footy, and then was wrapped up. Got no advantage from that. Margetts wants the footy. Players aren't giving it up easy. Eventually he throws it in the air. Bestry took front position. Hoskins there. Smothered off the boot from Rava. Goes back in, out the side door. Handy. Handed it over and kept in. Oh, he's out of bounds. Doing well, Jagger Martin. I thought he might have been able to keep it in. Boundary umpire was right there though, and he had no hesitation. Crowd aren't happy, but don't blame him for calling that. He was right on the case.
Jagger Martin really grooving into the game now.
This is when the cream really starts to rise, as the game starts to just fall into a nice pattern. Parker got boots of ball, sends it to half forward. Was out of the reach for Rava. He got the hands free though. Keith inside 50. You can see the way that the wind is taking hold of this footy.
Yeah, the boys just need to lower the eyes a little bit, both teams. The efficiency's probably down at about 50% at the moment.
It was like a Glenn McGrath outswinger, that one. Started on off stump and then ended up away at second slip.
Yeah, I was thinking more Terry Alderman, but a little bit of Glenn McGrath, that's for sure.
He's a bit before my time, Terry Alderman, so
yeah, broke the Ashes up 1 year over in England, and unfortunately his career was cut short by a hooligan on the ground, but the great Terry Alderman, yes.
Bestry tried to get the ball free, eventually wrapped up. Williams got the ball away though. Running on end. Rava was there. Alice won the day, handed it free. He wanted the option in Kenny, who just, it was too hot for him, and there's been a high free kick picked out going the way of Jurien, and it's with Riley.
Yeah, Bo Riley, one of the High Wycombe stories for premiership player down there.
Goes short, the kick wasn't fantastic, and it opens the door for Ryan, who gleefully enters. Paul's there, it's going to swing back, doesn't have the journey, and the mark taken on the last line of defence by Bailey Marriott.
Yeah, awesome more effort by Bailey Marriott there. He's reading it very well, he's just not panicking either, and his disposal's been very good, and on that occasion it was again, Bailey Marriott. was the hard luck story of the grand final last year, where he was the 23rd man and he played reserves, got a flag, but had played league all year, took it like a man. It's great to have him back at the club this year again.
Smith goes down the line, good one-on-one contest over the top. Came Waters, spills loose into the corridor. Dan Darrigan with the numbers, handed it to the run. Williams has time, goes over the top, Paul for a couple. They extend the margin back out. Julian throw the challenge. Dan Darrigan respond. And they break a run of 2. Paul has 2 goals. And it's back out to a comfortable lead for Dan Darrigan.
Yeah, Jamie Paul, that little bit of class again, got free. It was never going to miss. Ran away at round 1 and he's a handful, that's for sure. And that's why he's a JJ Luxy current winner. He's had an awesome season. He had an awesome country weekend. He balanced up beautifully then, and he's a superstar.
Just as Jurien was starting to get on top in terms of field position and on the scoreboard, Dan Darrigan just find a way to respond.
Yeah, 11 points to the margin. It's still in touch, but yeah, it's that hurt Jurien Bay, because I felt they had a lot of the ball early in the quarter. They capitalised with a couple. They one more goal, they're back in front. Next thing you know, it's out to 2 goals again.
Back in the restart. I would love a quick response here, Jurien. Dan Darrigan likewise would like to add one more for their trouble. Paul stood tall in the contest as he's done all day. Kenny brushed off his own teammate, took a bounce, then goes on the left. The kick wasn't great, but it'll work.
Lowered his eyes, kept it low. The key. What a pass. His own man got in the way. He still pushed him. He did a Dusty Martin on his own teammate. That's how good this bloke is.
Renke takes the mark, and in front of a packed Canberra, where there are a lot of Cervantes supporters who are neutral supporters, but they're going for Dan Darrigan. Renke for a couple straight, never looked like getting it.
No, you got that right. The Cervantes crowd will certainly be going for the Dan Darrigan Saints today, but that's okay.
Make it even sweeter if Jurien managed to get the win.
Yeah.
Wide to the broadcast wing, gets over the back of Somerville, who in the end was probably content to see it roll over his head, and they get the meterage required to a neutral spot on centre wing, where this ball has lived for majority of the game. Paul, the don't argue was delightful. The breakaway, parted the seas, went to half forward, overcooked the kick slightly. Rather had the pace, didn't quite have the class though. Kenny was there, Rather goes back in, hands it away. Alice is there also, back to Rather, already's got one. Trapped it forward, looking for support. He's going to get it back. Reward for effort, doesn't quite get it. Deserved a goal after the hard work that Rather did. Second, third, fourth efforts. Just didn't quite have the class to finish.
Yeah, the ball didn't quite do the Shane Warne break there, did it? It sort of just went to the left and stayed left. Very unlucky, but Dan Darrigan got the ascendancy at the moment. Danger signs for Jurien Bay. Can they respond? Can they regroup?
Well, now's their chance when they get their rebound game going, although Waters run into trouble. Handed it back to Steers, said it's your problem to deal with now. The quick kick away. Dan Darrigan with the numbers. Brown under immediate pressure. Goes back inside 50. Mark taken. And Dan Darrigan are rolling at the moment. They've got all the answers. High up and under. Kenny had to stand under it and wear the contact. They're going to bounce now, the Bulldogs, you would think. Handed away, running through, playing the seas. He's going to take a bounce. He's met it with a couple there, Britzer. Handed it away. Somerville wanted to stop and prop and then go back to go forward with Boggin Spear. He goes down the line. He's got a couple of options. One of them is Bestry. Over the top, Steers. On the left, high up and under ball. It's a 3-on-1 and the one wins it. Lawson stands tall in the face of adversity. Goes wide across the face to Brown. They've completed a full switch of the ground and they're to the outer side.
Yeah, he was at both ends of the ground there. The big fella, too good for us in Dan Darrigan on that occasion. Todd Kenny, I noticed, got a very hard knock there. He's proppy, but he is moving and... let's hope he's okay. I think an injury concern for Jurien Bay is Tommy Smith. I have not seen him back on the oval, so they could be a man down, Jurien Bay.
An important player as well to be missing as Hoskins goes out wide to Hardy, who marks it in front of the Jurien Bay bench. They'll be looking for a few answers as we enter the middle stages of this second quarter. Down the line they head. Good mark taken in front there by Martin. Rolls around, possibly touched off the boot. Play on, said the umpire. Paul used his speed and strength to get the arms free and then handed over to Rava, who we know's got the space, the speed and the run. He took a bounce, the kick was ricocheted. Good smother by Martin. And then he's taken high by Paul.
Champagne football, both sides of that occasion. Incredible. One end of the ground, the Smothers, the 1%ers. This game's gone up a notch again.
Great standard of footy as well. High octane, good speed, good pressure.
Tough conditions too. That wind is it's no fun out there today, guys. And the reserves game, we saw it. The wind was similar, probably not as strong, but the same angle. And it was all this side of the ground.
At the front, Brown was double teamed and wrapped up.
13 points the difference. Critical stage of the match. Jurien get a goal, it's game on. Dandaragan get a goal, well, they start thinking things.
Dandaragan have just been able to hold this buffer of 2 to 3 goals all game, and there's been a dumping tackle, so now's Jurien's chance to get it down to inside a goal.
Brent Bailey, he's got a penetrating kick, and we just said that breeze might be slightly favouring that end of the ground, so he may as well go for home here.
Bailey will kick it from outside 50, from 55. It's a high up and under ball. It doesn't get the carry, it's knocked through. Yeah. Well defended on the goal line by Dandaragan for a minor score.
Yeah, that travelled all of 50 metres, but he needed 55.
I'm filming footy with thanks to Bendigo Bank.
Yeah, and a big shout out to the Central Midlands Coastal Football League this year. They've done a great job, and it's just been a successful year across the board. To the hockey, to the netball, and the football. It's just been a real pleasure to live in this region and have the facilities and the sporting clubs that we play against each week at such a professional level for a country sort of environment.
The one-on-one contest was good. Britzer was strong. Handed it away, and now he might have to provide support to get it back as Brad Waters takes it over and out. Just down in front of our commentary position, you can hear the players, the intensity is lifting, a lot of bodies around this ball, but still plenty of space outside of the contest. Knocked away, Rava did well, goes back in with Putland, and then he goes down the line. Gooch was there, Hamish Gooch on this occasion, and then just almost places it over the boundary line, similar to a try in rugby.
A couple of players with hands on hips, so they're hurting. They're going to really have to dig deep now, and half-time can't come quick enough for a few of them, but that's what we signed up for. Premierships are hard to win, and it's going to be the last man standing for the last team standing.
Rava got it over the back, Helms has an open goal, and he dribbles it home! Dandaragan are marching in! Jurien desperately need to respond. Helms puts yet another on the board. There's 7 for Dandaragan.
300th game player, Matty Helms. Been a star of the competition for over 20 years, and today he's kicked his second goal, and hats off to you, Matty. It was captain of the country week this year. Didn't play, but the way he's going today, he almost could have.
45 plays 27. That's now 2 goals straight for Dandaragan. After Jurien kicked the first 2 of the quarter, Dandaragan again just find ways to respond. They probably another one that's against the grain. Desperately need to win a clearance here. Hoskins is the man to do it. Was he held without it? He was. So he'll get first usage forward of the ball. Called to move it on. Goes to half forward. 2-on-1 in favour of Dandaragan. It's knocked to the front. Waters cruised on through. Got boots the ball out in front. On the lead, El Senior. Good mark taken.
Yeah, young Curtis Altania, homegrown product, local plumber. Jurien Bay need this goal as an understatement.
Can't understate how important this is. Currently a 3-goal margin to get it back to 2. Looks good. It was there.
Yeah, umpire didn't move. Curtis Altania, a very, very dangerous forward, and he needed that goal for himself, so hopefully no turning back for Curtis today. I was here at this oval 2 years ago, maybe 3, where he took potentially mark of the decade. He got some airtime like you wouldn't believe, and he certainly can take some hangers, and you never know, we might see one today. Not a great day for taking hangers with this wind swirling, but Curtis is a miraculous footballer. He does the unusual, and he kicked the winning goal to put us in front in Dandaragan a couple of weeks ago, and again that goal there was a bit of reward for hard work for Jurien Bay, because they worked hard, didn't get the results. That one they cleared out of the centre, Hoskins and co, and yeah, Curtis, you're on the board, son.
Much needed response, back to 2 goals. It's all that separates these two sides. Hoskins battling hard, handed it into the corridor, trying to dance his way through, and doing so successfully was Watson. Just pummels it long. Somerville was there, out of reach for him. Hoskins left alone almost. He's got support with run, and the boundary line is Dandaragan's friend, and it works. Angus Hunt had it all to play for. He had Jeffrey and Hoskins to beat, and he uses the get out of jail free card on that occasion. Tossed back into play, not a whole lot of meterage on it. Paul got the hands clear. Gooch was there. Again, Kenny in the contest like he has been all day. The hands were a little loose though. Handed forward, Savas. They've been able to link up nicely here. Britzer inside 50. Somerville uses the strength, uses the speed and the smarts to take the mark and bring the Jurien Bay fans back into this game.
Well, you know, the dashing play of Reece Waters, hard work of Hosco, composure of Johnny Savage, and the skill of Cam Sullivan lets them see within a goal. Yeah, it'll be a goal the difference if he can slide this one in, and the momentum swings again. This has been a mouth-watering contest.
To get it back within a single kick, Cam Somerville directly in front, shouldn't be a problem. Umpire shuffles, and he shuffles too far as it misses to the right.
Must have just missed. He was hoping the breeze would do a little bit of work for him. That would have been an interesting result, but back to 11 points.
Dandaragan again just keep it at this 11-point buffer, where they've been able to hold it for majority of the game. Half time it was 17 points in favour of the Saints. Now trimmed back to 11. Good one-on-one contest between Paul and Hoskins, two of the better players in this competition. Over and out. Boundary throw-in.
I've noticed the bars are filling up nicely, so everyone's well hydrated.
Just lubricating to be able to cheer home their sides in the last half in what will be a massive hour of football. Still plenty to play for in this second term though, as we near on half time on Filming Footy. Handball out the back door. Oh, hard hit came there from Waters, able to affect the handball and keep it locked inside 50 for Jurien. The clearing kick was okay, but picking it off was Martin. He's got options forward of the ball, although Dandaragan have been pretty good at getting back. One of the options left free though was Britzer, and we've seen him kick one from a similar range. This, you would think, shouldn't be too much of a problem.
And always a reminder to everybody today, drive safe on the way home, respect the roads. And of course, some of our other partners is Think Mental Health. So if it's getting a bit difficult at times, please talk to somebody. Okay, this goal's critical.
Much needed goal. Britzer got none of it. Never looked likely. And down in defence, Rowe for his first touch. Takes the intercept mark deep in the right back pocket.
I think if it was at Etihad Stadium, it would have hit the roof, that kick. It went as high as it did long.
Spills to the back. Hands to Kenny were good, and then he was stripped of it, went back and got his own footy. Locked up. Handball out the back door, and then out of the air. How about that? Bit of Jackie Chan from out the back of the contest. Back inside 50. Morrison, high up and under ball. Lots of players around this. Out the front was Rava, who takes the mark in the middle of them all.
Yeah, his stats have been very good today, and he's used it so well.
Been one of the better players on the ground, along with Hoskins for Jurien, probably the respective sides' best. Knock to the front, Paul cruised through, and there's half-time here in the grand final for 2024 in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. At half-time, it's Dan Darrigan who take the lead. They lead at 7-3 to 5-4. We've got a cracking final half coming up after the break. Make sure you stick around. We'll be taking a very, very quick break, and then we'll be catching up with Rob Kestel, Director of the Community Bank, Gingin and Lancel on board to discuss all that Bendigo Bank do for not only the Central Midlands Coastal Football League, but the wider community and football as a whole. Half time at the football, 7-3, plays 5-4. We'll be back after this. We're on now. 11 points to the margin at half-time in the Central Midlands Grand Final. Dan Darrigan leading, James Gardner doing all the calling, and I'm joined by Rob Castell of the Bendigo Bank Gingin branch, and we're here to chat about all the good work that Bendigo Bank do. So Rob, talk us through the Community Bank grants program.
Yeah, hi, just kind of great game of footy we're here to watch. The way the Bendigo Bank works is if you come and visit the branch, take out an account, whether it be a car loan, a home loan or a business loan, a certain amount of that profit goes back into the community. And for ballpark equations, for every dollar that Bendigo make, that's Bendigo Bank Limited, which we have a franchise to bank with, 50 cents of that comes back to the bank. Some is given to the shareholders for return to shareholders, and the rest is given back to the community. We've put over $3 million back into the community over the last 3.5 million. Ellie Armitage, our marketing manager and also the president of the Lansland Pirates Football Club, has just reminded me. So 3.5 million in our local Gingin community. That includes the Gingin Shire. We have 2 branches, one in Lansland, one in Gingin. And we fund numerous grants, sporting clubs, all sorts of grants and sponsorships. You do have to bank with the bank to your community group or whatever to be eligible. And the biggest message I'd like to get across is that when you bank with the bank, and we all know banks make profits and some banks make huge profits, but there's not a bank like Bendigo that puts those profits back into the community. So I would just hate to think, I'd love to think what it would be like if everybody in the communities, regional communities that could bank with Bendigo, did bank with Bendigo. It would be unbelievable. We would have AstroTurf hockey pitches, we'd have undercover football stadiums and everything. That's how big the model is. Thank you.
So why is it so important for Bendigo Bank to be putting back into the community instead of being your, I suppose, typical bank, for want of a better term, and, you know, keeping the profit for yourself?
Well, that was how the model was set up. So Bendigo Bank had their community banking model, and that was all set up that way. So when we raised money to set up our franchise and have our branches, that's all part of the franchise agreement. We are bound under the agreement that you have to put back into the community, and you can only give a capped return to your shareholders. So it's not like as a board we can make a decision and say we're going to give all the money back to the shareholders. Under our franchise agreement with Bendigo Bank Limited, the whole model is about putting back not only to your shareholders but back into the communities.
And Ali Armitage, president of the Pirates Football Club. Firstly, congratulations on what has been a fantastic day for Lansland. We've loved being up here, packed crowd. But how important is, I suppose, for a local football club, the Bendigo Bank Community Grants program?
Oh, it's so huge. This year, not only is Bendigo sponsored our club, they also contributed $25,000 to our new boundary fencing. Our boundary fencing was a huge project. It was over $60,000. Bendigo put 25 in, and the Shire put the other 25 in, and then we got some money from Iluka as well as fundraising and stuff. So it's huge what the bank can do. The only best way I explain it, it's just like every other business. For them to sponsor all the community groups in the town, you actually have to support them, and it's pretty much as simple as that. You bank with the Bendigo, your whole community will grow. So yeah.
And moving to a football perspective on today, how rapt are you from a Lansland Football Club perspective at the turnout today, the way the day has run, the work that's gone in, and the successful product that's been shown today?
Oh, I'm blown away. I just keep looking around at all these people and I just don't even know how it happened. But I mean, the last couple of years have been tough for our club. We've had very low volunteers. This year, everyone has just jumped on. We've had incredibly generous sponsors. That container bar over there was donated to us from Container Refrigeration. They are incredible, as well as Access Hire has donated the generator that's running it. Lots of people just giving us so much stuff, and I could not be more thankful. All of the people that have worked so hard. My mum, I think she hates me right now, but she runs the canteen. She's been run off her feet as well as everyone else. Johnny and Maurice Abbott, they are literally my sidekicks the whole year. Everyone's just pitched in, and it's been so good to see. Even all the other community groups, like the golf club has been running the parking today, so it's so good just seeing everyone work together for the one common goal. So
if I could just butt in there and say, coming from a league We're both in the same shire, but I'm a life member and a committee member at the Gingin Football Club. We play in the Mortlock Football League. Been to quite a few Central Midlands games, and the one thing I love about this is the way that Central Midlands rotate their finals. If these finals had not been getting rotated, I can guarantee you Lancelin would not have a brand new fence, would not have brand new bunkers, and probably wouldn't even have the brand new playground and all that. So that is what you get when you include all your clubs in your association with fundraising opportunities and opportunities for their local towns to get behind them, because they want to be proud and present a really first-class facility. And that's down to your shires and your sponsors and your local everyday people. And when you don't rotate your finals, you don't give clubs that opportunity.
Fantastic work by the both of you. Thank you very much for Bendigo Bank for their support, and well done on such a fantastic day here in Lancelin. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the second half of the grand final after this.
Thanks for letting me sit down.
Welcome back. Half-time rather, getting ahead of myself again. Half-time here at the football grand final day in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League, and at half-time it is the Dandaragan Saints leading it by 11 points after taking a 17-point lead into quarter time. It's been an enthralling contest so far. 7-3 plays 5-4. Jurien have found ways to have probably dominated in terms of field position, but Dandaragan, they just find ways to score. Go through some of the goal scorers for Jurien. Singles to Waters, Bestry, Britzer, Bailey and Altenia, while for Dandaragan, Rather has 1, Paul has 2, Ryan has 1, Lauriston has 1 and Helms has 2 as well. It's a cracking contest. Can't see this one blowing out. James Gardner on the call for filming footy, with thanks to Bendigo Bank and Community Bank. Lancelin and Gingin. Make sure you go back at half-time. We had a chat with with Ali Armitage, who's the president of the Lancelin Football Club, and also John Nestry, who is the representative of Rob Kestel, rather, who is the representative from Bendigo, just having a chat about the good work that Bendigo Bank have done, not only in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League, but also the wider community right around this part of WA. Hope you're enjoying the call and the coverage wherever you are around Australia, WA, all the world. We're loving bringing it to you from Lancelin on a cold and pretty windy day. It's an enthralling battle, and just an hour of soul football separates these two teams. One of them, by the end of it, will be premiers in the North Midlands Football League, the Central Midlands Coastal Football League, rather. Will it be Dandaragan or will it be Jurien? We'll find out shortly. It's been a cracking day so far. Jurien winning the reserves against Cervantes, and now they're looking to add another bit of silverware. Back-to-back premierships for Jurien. Really good crowd in today as well. Canberra to the left of screen, packed. Canberra to the right, packed. Down below us, chairs and cars line the oval. It's been a great community effort by Lancelin. Well done to all involved. And well done also to Filming Footy and the team for bringing you all the action. The third quarter about to get back underway as the teams file back out. 11 points currently is the margin. Never really blown out past that. The biggest lead has been 17 points. It's been a seesawing affair in terms of momentum. In the end, Dandaragan have been able to take their chances more and better than what Jurien have been able to. Although Jurien have won in terms of field position. Third quarter, the premiership quarter. You feel whoever wins this quarter is going to go on and win the flag. The tension really building. Plenty of throats have been lubricated as we'll welcome in our Dandaragan representative for the second half. And I'm sure he's a nervous man as the second half gets underway, and Hoskins will get the clearance away for Jurien Bay. Heads out wide, good mark taken out in front there by Savas. He'll roll and go into the corridor, mark taken by Waters as we just move into this third term. Inside 50 for Jurien. It's rolling towards the boundary line. Leading the race was Altenia. Already kicked one. Goes onto his trusty left boot. High up and under ball. Having to sit under it was Hardy. Almost took the mark. Hoskins goes in. Flicks it out the back door. Through a few sets of hands. Trying to dance his way through the traffic was Bossenberger. And in the end, the defensive Dandaragan again wins out as they go wide and over the head. And Putland marks it as we welcome Jacob into the box. He's played in last year's grand final. He's coming in to talk to us in this second half. Welcome along,
Thanks
Jacob.
very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
How are the nerves heading into the final half?
It's a tight game. It's a very tight game, but I have a good feeling about it at this point.
Renke rolls around. He wanted rather rolls out of bounds. So for Dan Darrigan, a long drought. How much would it mean to win a premiership today?
Oh, it'd be unbelievable. The whole community's behind them. It's been 17 years since their last flag. So yeah, for the boys, if they can manage to pull it off today, it would be just fantastic.
Gooch takes the intercept mark inside 50 and then wants to squirt the ball forward, but it's opened the door up for Martin to bounce. Down the spine they head. Steers has it in front of him. Just needed a good sit. Doesn't get it, but gets the one with Blitzer. Blitzer rolls in. Half forward. He's got 1-1 ahead. Somerville's the option. Well defended though by Parker. Did well to at least half the contest. On hands and knees, Somerville wraps it up. Well done by Benjamin Parker down back.
Parker's done very well down back today.
He's been strong. Somerville hasn't had it all his own way at all today. Thrown back up into play. The clearance from Jurien was there with Waters. To the teeth of goal. Dangerous spot here if you're a Saints fan. Flicked wide. Jeffrey possibly taken high. Umpire said no, ball it up. So talk us through, for those who don't know, where Dan Darrigan is, how big the club is, the community, and the history of the footy club as well.
Yeah, Dan Darrigan's about 2 hours north of Perth, inland from Jurien, Cervantes and Lancelin. The footy club's been going for over 50 years now, as the ball goes forward.
Screwed around, Somerville had it knocked away from him into the pocket. Dan Darrigan able to bounce it though. Kenny Hutrada, who's been good today, just a little slippery for him. Couldn't gather. Throw in.
But yeah, the vibe around the club for many years has been fantastic. It's very much a community feel. Everyone gets right around it, and it's a great place to play footy, hockey and netball.
Thrown back into play. Look away handball is delightful there from Bogensperger to the voice of Hoskins. Dan Darrigan there, able to extract it. Oh, heavy hit. Good hit there against Rava. Jumping straight back up. Bestry is a big man to run into. Wouldn't want to receive a hip and shoulder from him. How have you seen the game so far from a Dan Darrigan perspective?
I feel like the Andy have played really well, but you cannot give Jurien a sniff. Like, the game could easily go either way at this point.
The clearance came from Gooch. He puts it to the teeth of goal, the top of the goal square. Bouncing away though. Here go the Saints. And it's in the hands of Ryan, who takes a couple of bounces, goes to the outer side. Getting in the way well was Martin. Stops and props, has support on the inside. And the man there was Waters. Handed it back to Martin, who goes short and out in front. Bogensperger, who's had a pretty handy game today. Gives it to Waters. He's under pressure immediately. The game just going up a couple of notches here in the start of the third quarter. Goes wide to Latham, who's been largely unsighted since the first quarter. Squirts it back inside, and now they just take a little bit of a breather. Back inside the corridor, wrapped up, held to him. How does the umpire see it? He's going to ball it up. Big second half coming your way. 11 points the margin in favour of Dan Darrigan. Looking to break the drought and march their way to a cup. Rava screws it around the body. Out in front, almost the mark taken by Renke. Puts it inside 50. 1-on-1. Gets out the back. It's a 2-on-1. Paul's there. He looked at his teammate. Paul's got 3. And the Saints get the first in the third quarter.
What a game he's playing.
Easily best on for Dan Darrigan. Talk about the impact that he has on the team around him, because obviously he's the best player in the side and he's had some sort of game today.
Unbelievable game. Yeah, big Jamie Paul, and I think Gus Lorison, number 11, has also been very good for Dan Darrigan.
Both putting in big performances. 8-3 plays 5-4.
What do you think, the wind's favouring the right side a little bit?
Probably swung around to be the right. Yeah, it's been blowing directly across. Yeah, it's more across than anything. But if you had to pick a end to be kicking at, I would like to be going to the right. An important early goal there for Paul to just open this lead up a little bit further. 34 Wrapped up, manages to, ball spills loose again. Gooch tracked it and then gave it away to Kenny, who's got the speed and the nous, hands it to Rava, who's also had a pretty handy game today. Tries to lace out Renke, who was infringed. And now Darrigan can really put the foot down. Stepped off his line. Now he invites the pressure from behind. Came Latham, who crunched him. Goes wide. Hardy can compose himself and go down the line, but it's to the advantage of Dan Darrigan. Took each other out in the end, but the boundary line is the safe haven, and it works out okay.
Plenty of time spent on this side of the ground today.
Just the nature of the conditions. Been locked over on this broadcast wing all day here at Lancelin. Screwed around the body. Gets over the back of the initial contest and rolls towards another. Handball out was delightful. Rava on the right. He's got options aplenty. In the end, it went over Renke's head. He probably could have contested it. Felt the contact coming behind. Scottney was leading out. Just could have made at least half an attempt.
Definitely could have. But Jed's been quite good today.
Hurled back into play. Knocked to the back. Where the space is. Knocked clear. The quick snap came from Brown. Doesn't get the journey. Knocked clear to the front of the contest. Renke was there. Puts it in the path. Hamish Gooch finishes the job. And Dan Darrigan are starting to put their foot down.
Two very handy goals into this slight breeze.
Making things difficult now for Jury, and that's 2 straight. They've kicked 4 of the last 5, Dan Darrigan. Opening it up from an 11-point lead at half-time. To now, a very, very handy lead. 57, plays 34. Really starting to make things difficult if you're a Jirian Bay player or supporter. Mentioned before, this third quarter was going to set the game up, and Dan Darrigan have started it very positively.
Well.
Latham, he's the man to try and get something happening, but the hands weren't good. Rava gave it away. Kenny kept it in front of him, came off his shin, but it rolls out. It will be a boundary throw in, but it's in a good spot if you're a Dan Darrigan fan. Thrown back into play. Tap to the front. Jirian have probably won their hit-outs, but you feel the midfield battle has probably lent in favour of Dan Darrigan?
Yeah, I think so. We've got young Brooks in the ruck, who, for his age, he's such a big size, but he's competed well all day.
Holding the ball called, and a bit of push and shove after the decision as well. It's going the way of Putland. Left half forward for Dan Darrigan. Plenty of Bulldogs numbers forward of the ball, cutting off any real space. He gave it a very good ride, but the accuracy was not there and misses the lot. No change to the score. 9-3 plays 5-4.
Different operator, old Putland. Went out one night, woke up in Vietnam.
Really?
True story.
How did that happen?
Oh, you'd have to ask him. Great story.
Falls to the front. Gooch throws it on the boot. Up to the one-on-one, and Rava in the middle of the contest pulls it in. The Vices were strong. There was no way that ball was going anywhere but into his hands. Kicked the second goal of the game, the first for Dan Darrigan earlier today, and this is now for 3 straight goals to begin the third quarter for Dan Darrigan to really start to put the pressure on Jurian. Rava directly in front for his second, never in doubt, and doesn't he love it? And so do the Dan Darrigan fans.
That's huge. That is a massive goal. 29
points the margin now. Very difficult if you're a Jurien Bay fan or player to come back from this, you would think?
Still plenty of time, but Dandaragan are looking good coming out from half time, that's for sure.
What would the message have been at half time, do you think?
I was in there,
players? Yep.
and it was just that little bit more. It was just it's not when we have the ball, it's when Jurien have the ball. What are we going to do? Put that pressure on and try and get the ball back off them, and I think this quarter they've come out and started really well.
They certainly have. Yet to really win a clearance, Jurien. Paul, who's been solid today. The fend-off was strong. The handball delightful as well. And he's going to get a free kick coming back. Works out well if you're a Saints fan. Very good user of the footy. Jamie Paul. He wheels around again, wants to go to the outer side, to right half forward in front of the scoreboard, which is pleasant reading if you're a Saints fan. Knocked forward, Hoskins gave it to the runner in Waters, who takes a bounce and then goes along the boundary. Savas was there, it slipped underneath him. Recovered best though, was able to trap it and then wheel around and spot up the kick, although he overcooked it slightly. Leaves the door ajar for Gooch to try and run on through. He couldn't quite. Paul slammed to the deck. Margetts happy to come in and just relieve the pressure.
Sun trying to come out.
Centre wing, neutral territory. It's trying hard to get through a thick bit of cloud. One of the most scenic footy grounds you can ever be at, Lancelin. The ocean right in the background. On a beautiful day, it wouldn't be a better place to watch football. Handball out the side was good to Hoskins, and chiselling ball forward to Waters. Takes the mark. And he gets up a little bit proppy. A little bit of cramp starting to set in, and we're only midway through the third quarter. Psychologically, what does that do for Dandaragan, seeing
well,
the opposition?
Definitely their best player. He does do very well, but I'm sure he'll be fine. I don't think it'll be much.
A lot of Cervantes players and fans have stuck around to watch this, which is great to see, and a lot of them have jumped on the Dandaragan bandwagon as well.
They certainly have.
Could be joining in the celebrations following the game if the result falls the right way. Intercept mark taken. Nothing really ahead of the footy here for Dandaragan. Into the corridor they head. Kenny is there. It's through his hands. Spills to the back. Paddling it in front of him was Britzer. Support offered him Watson, who then turns into the tackler, and Britzer, with a sloppy free kick, gives it away to Keith. Steps off his line, goes long to left half forward, and then the mark taken. Had enough of it there, Joel Latham. Goes short into the corridor, nice looking ball onto the chest of Waters. Running behind him was Bogan Spear, and then dances around. He's in trouble, holding the ball, took on one too many, and he's going to be made to pay. Ricky left alone.
That is an unbelievable tackle.
Bit off too much, bit more than what he could chew, and rather throws his hat in the ring for a best player. And look at the players get around him as well.
That, you look back, and that could be match defining.
A story to possibly tell his kids and grandkids in future years. In the meantime, Jesse Renke to start to put nails in the coffins of the Bulldogs. He turns to the bench and gives it a minute. Come on, here we go. Didn't he love it? Very good pressure from the Dandaragan football team. And they are starting to roll.
What a start to this second half. They have really come out hungry for the win.
4 straight goals compared to 1 behind of Jurien. That's all they could muster so far. And, well, if alarm bells weren't ringing before, they are screeching on the Bulldogs bench, you would think. Still plenty of football to play, but the bigger this margin gets and the more pressure that goes on in the contest, the harder it becomes. Need to start getting their hands on the footy here. Jurien Bay slapped forward from Gooch to get the ball moving in his direction. Latham, his handball was knocked back, managed to go back and get it. Trying to take on Rava again. Back to back critical saving tackles. Wheels around onto the right, wants Renke again. It's going to fall to the front, knocked away and out of danger. Although are they? The pressure came from the front from Hunt, and they're able to lock it up. Paul was there, stood tall, brought down. Ball up. Talk about Jake Rava, the impact that he's had not only today but throughout the season. What kind of a player is he?
He's a first-year player to the club, and all year he's just been unbelievable. And clearly today, especially these last 10 minutes. And here he is.
Right on cue, whips it away to put a dagger in the heart of the Jurien Bay Bulldogs.
What a 10 minutes of football from Rava.
Jake Rava, he's kicked 2 goals to go with a couple of match-saving tackles, and that's just in this quarter alone. That's now his 3rd goal for the day, and he is putting his hat in the ring for best on ground.
It certainly is. Unbelievable. All the Dan Arrogant boys got right around that. They're all running back down to the back line now. They know what this means.
The daggers in the heart of Jurien are starting to just be pushed a little deeper. Seems to be whenever Jake Rava goes near the ball, you can feel something happening. The anticipation builds. And the Saints are well and truly marching on today. What a 3rd quarter this has been. They call it the Premiership quarter, and they're proving it to be that way again. To the broadcast wing it heads, leading the race. Ryan squirts the ball inboard. Nice looking kick to Brooks. Goes down the line near the boundary. In fact, it goes over. And the crowd in the front row take the mark. Goes short to Waters. Takes a nice mark. But again, nothing ahead of the footy here for Jurien. Dan Darrigan have set this ground up so well. How much emphasis is there on defence for the Dan Darrigan Saints, not only today but throughout the season, because really today their defence has been what's won them the game and the pressure put on the footy.
Yeah, their backline's always, especially the last couple of years, been really strong, and especially that rebound out of defence that they have, led by Kenny, Loris and Scottney when he's down there. They just, some of the bounce they get off there is unbelievable.
Went over the head of Paul, falls to Martin, who tried to work his way through the contest. And another stoppage inside forward 50. Time in forward half, well and truly in favour of Dan Darrigan in this 3rd quarter, where they've put Jurien Bay to the sword.
Quite impressive that they've been able to lock it in their forward half with this, seems to be favouring the breeze towards the right, so they've done well there.
Another clearance the way of the Saints, bouncing ball into the pocket. Pick up was nice and then wrapped up. No way out of that for Scottney. Thrown back up, just 20 or so metres from goal for Dan Darrigan. Paul tried to break one too many tackles and it's caught holding the ball. Going across the face of goal. It's a dangerous looking ball, but Brits is up to the challenge of marking it. Goes long to Hoskins, 1-on-1, over and out to the boundary line. So a very, very happy Dan Darrigan bench.
Tommy Gooch, one of the captains, heart and soul of the club. Just every week, count on him going head over the ball, hard as nails, and I would hate to imagine how sore he wakes up each week.
The reward is there for the taking, though, for Dan Darrigan. They find themselves comfortable leaders after an electric 3rd quarter. Did Jurien have a response in them? Waters goes to half forward where Somerville is. He overran it, left it behind, diving on top of the ball was Putland, and then they go wide and bouncing, and it sits nicely for Ryan, who then clears it long.
Man of the moment.
And the man of the moment, Jake Rava, who has led this charge of the sides, sells a bit of candy, and in the process, Martin's done a hammy. Goes inside 50, knocked to the front, handball out. Paul, high up and under, got none of that. Hit the belly of the ball. It's going to hang enough though for a contest to be made from Helms. Wraps him up, and now we'll get a stoppage.
Matty Helms, 300 game superstar of the Dandaragan Football Club. He played in the last flag, 2007. He's certainly getting on in age, but if he can get another flag in his late 30s, it'd be unbelievable.
Massive effort as the snap around the corner from Williams is good! And if they hadn't won it before, they certainly have now. 5 straight goals in this third quarter for Dandaragan. They led by 11 points at three-quarter time, half-time, 17 points at quarter time. 6 goals this quarter for Dandaragan after Paul kicked the first, Gooch with 1, Rava has kicked 2, Renke with 1, and Williams now just adds some more salt into the wound of Jurien Bay. 81 plays 34. And the celebrations can almost begin out at Dandaragan.
It's been a big quarter. Jesus, I might have to leave you early in the fourth.
But you can go whenever you like and join in the celebrations as they rip another clearance away with Williams, the last goal scorer, tumbles it inside 50. They've got numbers behind the ball now, Jurien Bay, to try and stop the bleeding, but they are hemorrhaging badly, and they're going to be under the pump again. Ryan inside 50, high up and under, knocked away well there by Mackay. Got it clear. Kenny, who's been solid, on the left. It doesn't sit well. It misses to the near side. What does the night entail for the Dandaragan Football Club?
I'm not sure that's safe for broadcast, but no doubt the Dandaragan Club's renowned for a few good nights, so I'm sure if things keep going as they are, it'll be a cracking night.
It's been a massive turnaround. Just about every player inside the forward half of the Saints. Out wide, over the top, almost the mark taken by Rose, spills loose to the front of the contest. Bailey ripped it away, tried to get it moving. Handball's a little too hot for Savas. He's then put under pressure, umpire circling, and Marget says, hold the ball. Attacking side of centre wing, inside 50 they head. For a couple late ones before three-quarter time. Mark wasn't paid, it was touched off the boot.
Can't be long to go this third quarter.
Wouldn't have thought so. There have been a lot of goals
that
kicked.
Is true, there have been.
Kicked in this quarter, but there shouldn't be too long, you wouldn't think. When Jurien need a serious regroup if they're to even make this respectable. Out the back, Helms tried to dribble it home and the woodwork got in the way.
On the right too, non-preferred right. He's a renowned left footer.
To the broadcast side, Jurien Head, they've got nothing ahead of the footy. Even if they win this contest, there's very little pushing the back. Going the way of Jurien. And it's in the hands of Altenia. He's already kicked one today. He was the last goal scorer for Jurien. That was to get them within 12 points.
Well done, Gussie Lorison.
Since then, it has been all Dandaragan. 6 goals unanswered in this third quarter. Ryan down the line to left half forward. Good mark taken by Django. Going short, overcooked the kick, but it could work out okay. Hunt couldn't quite, came off the leg. Riley was there, flicked it over the top. Britzer back in turn. Riley They're under pressure immediately as soon as they try and overuse the handball, Jurien. They're just accepting and inviting the pressure of Dan Darrigan.
Lyndon Ellis, number 48, had a big couple of moments throughout the game. A few big contests that he's made his own, so he's done well.
Over on the outer side comes loose. Gooch throws around and again out in front. Renke takes the mark. Another man who's had a big game.
How many is Jed kicked now?
He's got 1 so far. This will be for 2.
Yeah, no, he's been lively up forward.
Renke to finish off the good work of the Dan Darrigan Saints. In that bit of play, umpire shuffles and he misses it just to the near side.
Yeah, Dan Darrigan couldn't have drained for a better third quarter. This has been really impressive to watch.
I don't think anyone here saw it coming. I certainly didn't.
It was an arm wrestle the first half.
Expected that to continue, but to the Saints' credit, they have come out firing as Rowe just in front of us floats in to take a nice contested mark. And now he can take the sting out of the game a little bit as we near on 3-quarter time. Wants the options to lead at him. Dumps it long into the pocket. It's a 3-on-1 in favour of Jurien. Fell to the front. Nice work there by Watson to get the handball away. Hardy was there. Good pressure from Dan Darrigan to get it over. It just seems every time in this quarter,
Well done, Riley Brown.
every time in this quarter, Jurien look like they're getting a bit of ball movement. They've just been stopped dead in their tracks by the Saints' pressure.
The marathon man, Riley Brown, along with his twin brother, Jackson Brown.
Wheels around onto the right. Gave it a good sit. Falls short to the... Where are the Crummers? They're there for Jurien with Hardy, who dumps a long ball, and Somerville with strength takes the mark. Goes further down the line. It's a dangerous looking option though for Jurien because it's a nest of Saints. They may be able to extract it away though. Lorison has other ideas. Flicked it back in turn. Tumbled toward half forward off the chest of Ryan. Handballed it wide. Able to sit and prop, and now Django hands it to Hunt, who puts it long, and a pretty poor option to Marriott. 13-6 to 5-4. No one saw this third quarter coming. Can they try and salvage a bit of respect? Out of bounds it goes for Jurien. A packed Lancelin Sporting Complex.
Looks great. They've done a fantastic job with the grand final. Like container bars over there earlier. Great spot to watch the footy.
And the impact of rotating the grand final between the various clubs, what impact does that have not only on the footy club but also the community?
I think it's fantastic. Dan Darrigan had it 2 years ago, and the amount of work that goes into it from the community and just what it does for the club is just so great, and everyone really embraces putting on such a great day.
Right half forward for Jurien. First time that they've really been able to lock it in their front half, and there's been a free kick peeked out for a hold going the way of Reece Waters. The man on the mark is right on the paint of 50, so this would take a kick of at least 53 metres.
If anyone can do it, Reece can do it.
Not only that, he needs to allow for the wind. He opens up the angle and the siren goes. Stops him dead in the tracks.
Sums up Jurien's quarter, I think.
A 6-goal third quarter led by Jake Rava and his pressure. He kicked 2 in that quarter. Along with Jamie Paul, who continued to do good things. Dan Darrigan enter 3-quarter time with one hand on the cup after leading by 11 points at half-time. They have really put Jurien to the sword. We'll be back after this short break with the final quarter. Welcome back. If you went away for half an hour, you've missed one of the great quarters in grand final footy we will ever witness. 6 goals, that's right, 6 goals to Dan Darrigan have led them to be leading by 50 points at three-quarter time in the grand final. They led it by 17 points at quarter time, 11 points at half time, and now 50 points. An extraordinary turn of momentum. And they'll now enter the last quarter full of confidence and very happy. I think they're going to enjoy this last 30.
Oh, let's hope so. Let's hope so. Hopefully a good start to the last quarter just really puts any doubt to ease.
You'd think get the first 1 or 2 at least, and then it'll be lights out for Jurien. But we've seen crazier things happen in football. The task is at the feet of the Bulldogs, the reigning premiers. Dan Darrigan are one step closer to ending the drought. The umpire holds the ball aloft for the last 20 minutes in the season of 2024 for the Central Midlands Coastal is underway. Straight away the toe poke away from Gooch was effective. Hunt led the chase, bounced off his chest, got the handball away, wide sweeping. Rava, who we saw just dominate that third quarter, one of the great performances. That occasion lets himself down, holding the ball. Borgen Spear looks inside, nothing really there, so has to go down the line and
To no one.
left all alone. The mark taken by Ryan, who will wheel and go down the Staples to a 2-on-1 in favour of the Bulldogs, but it spills to the front. It's knocked over the top. Helms, he's already got 1 today. Hands it back. There in support was Putland. Handed it back over. Kenny, who's been strong in the contest. Crunched in a sandwich was Brown. Gave it away. Kenny, icing on the cake. Just a little too much curl. Would have definitely put the result beyond doubt, but at 51 points you can be a little more comfortable.
Todd Kenny been under a bit of an injury cloud with a sore ankle, but you wouldn't be able to tell the last couple of weeks. He's come back and played his role really well.
He's been superb today.
Yeah.
Particularly in that first quarter, I thought his work on the outside and his speed that he brought was very important. The kick wasn't great. They were trying to go straight down the corridor. Ryan was there, knocked it clear. Putland danced around a couple, maybe took on 1 too many, extracting it away. Britzer wants to use his run, gets it to the outside of the contest. Bounce wasn't kind for Hardy. Knocked over. Numbers in favour of the Saints. Plenty through the corridor, and he's been called for too many steps. Not often we see that called. They'll take the advantage. The handball back behind from Waters was okay. Outside Martin. Goes inside, just outside 50. Doesn't get the journey. Somerville was caught 3 deep. Knocked to the front. Down on hands and knees. Lawson, who's done it at both ends today, wraps it up. And there'll be a stoppage.
Morrison's played really well today. Cannot fault his game.
Good use of the body there from Bestry. And then ran into the brick wall. And that just personifies the day for Jurien Bay. Good in patches, but just not good enough.
Keith's first game back in for about 4 weeks. And he hasn't looked out of place, that's for sure.
Been solid down in defence so far today. Heads to the broadcast wing. Kenny took a ride. Couldn't hold on to it. Latham wrapped up and held to him. Umpire will relieve it away. Thrown back up. Knocked down and Gooch wrapped up. It'll be the same two to go at it again. Jordan Bestry in the ruck up against Thomas Brooks for Dan Darrigan. This time Bestry palmed it down. Hoskins with a handball over the top to Borgen Spear. Again though, every time just haven't been able to get any real space in this second half.
No, the pressure's been really well done from Dan Darrigan.
Thrown back up into play. Bestry with the double palm down. Hoskins gave it to Steers. Slammed on the boot. High up and under footy. Knocked away and over and out. Boundary throw in. The game starting to just go down a couple of notches as both teams start to tire. Fatigue starting to become a factor. Handball back out of the way. Dan Darrigan, they've got it. The handball inside to Paul was delightful from Brown. Paul under a bit of pressure, gave it back to Brown. He's got the runner Kenny. Kenny's there for him. Just needed to be clean. Eventually was. Gave it to Ryan. Turns onto the right, puts it to half forward. And Britzer takes the mark. Heads to the broadcast wing. It'll sit for Hoskins, although the bounce wasn't kind originally. He had time to go back and send it inside 50. Somerville took, or rather Bestry took front position and then ridden down into the deck.
Dan Darrigan holding up well here, not giving him too much of a sniff.
About to be thrown back in to get this game back underway. Bestry over the back. Waters going nowhere. A couple of droplets of rain begin to fall as this wind...
Let's hope it holds off for the next half an hour.
Bestry again takes front position. He's won the hit-outs today, but Kenny, as he has done so often today, wins the clearance and puts it to green grass. The foot race is on. Jurian had the numbers, but Brown was there to handball it over the top. And then Rava, screwing ball inside. That was classy to Williams.
Great kick.
He has had a day out so far today, Rava. Kicked a couple of goals. The pressure that he's put on has been enormous. His ball use has been fantastic. Gooch also has been fantastic.
Ever reliable Tommy Gooch.
Hunt to Hamish Gooch.
Brother of Tom.
Goes short. The mark taken by Ryan. Playing with his brother Django. This is Ambrose who puts it long. Hoskins bounces off the contest well. Handed it back. Bogan Spear puts it inside. Bailey wasn't clean enough, and now Rava, the seas were parted for him. The race is on. The boundary line will win it. It was always going to be a factor against Scotney. So there'll be a forward 50 stoppage about 35 metres out from Dan Darrigan's goal. Bogan Spear, he's tried all day. High up and under kick, straight up the chimney. Kenny came late. Rava handed it over. And now Gooch. Captain's finish. He's going to get a free kick coming back.
Oh, have another shot.
He'll get the chance to make up for the miss. I'm sure he would have loved to have got on the first bite of the cherry, but he'll get a second.
If he kicks this, there's no doubt that the Danny boys will get right around Gucci, heart and soul of the footy club.
The skipper, who's led them so well throughout the season and now culminating in, hopefully for his sake, a premiership. A slight angle, we're right behind this. The captain is coming back, it's there! Dan Darrigan at home! And look at them all get around him. Just about every Saints player on the ground swamps Tom Gooch in a show of their appreciation for their skipper. Further showing how close this team is.
Unbelievable. For this to happen from half time, I just can't believe it.
Talk us through the feelings, emotions as a
Mate, I'm
fan
just
of the footy club.
That over the moon at this point. It just, it's been a lot of years we've been there and abouts, but to get to this point and to see the boys looking like they're going to get it done is just fantastic.
Well, we're pumped for you as well. They've scored just one behind since half time. Jurien Bay. It's been an extraordinary turn in momentum. Bussing his way through. He gave it to Hunt. That was well done there by Alice, who's had some nice moments. Bestry handed it wide. Britzer can go for one last run. Hands it over the top. Inviting the pressure here, Savas. Handed it back to Britzer. The 1-2 was good. In, looking for Somerville. Knocked off hands. Will fall to the front. Roving it well. And out of bounds on the full. Came from Jeffrey.
The backline's held up really well today, I think. Whoever it's been that's had to go against the big fella, they've managed to bring it to ground really well.
They certainly have. Somerville has gone goalless today. A testament to the defence. Paul is there for Dan Darrigan. It was knocked away from him. But a great contest and a great run here from Rava. The bounce didn't sit. He has the run of Kenny on the inside. Recovering from the ankle. He strides the outside 50. Puts it into the pocket. The bounce wasn't quite as kind as he would have hoped for there.
Good tackle.
Matthew Helms, but he recovered well to lay the pressure and to get the stoppage. Another stoppage. Hoskins handed it back. And it's going to come straight back with Tom Gooch, the inspirational leader of this Saints outfit. They're going to now conserve and
Co-captain Scooter.
What about the impact that the likes of Scotney and Gooch have on this footy club? Co-captains, they've led so well today.
Oh, it's fantastic. Tommy Gooch lives locally in Dandarrigan, as well as Todd Kenny. They kind of run the show in Dandarrigan. Scooter's also a local bloke but lives in Perth. He looks after all the Perth boys, the training and things like that. So, yeah, the leadership's unreal.
It's a massive effort for small country towns like Dandarrigan to come to the big stage against a much bigger town in Jurien Bay and rip the heart away from them. Britzer goes to Somerville one last time, and there's been a push in the back. Looking for one last highlight.
That probably wasn't necessary.
And so
Parker didn't seem too pleased there with Ambrose giving that free kick away.
Somerville will have the free kick. Near on dead in front, 30 odd metres out from goal. For his first, and the first goal since half time, he gets it.
Good kick.
Ends the drought and a run of 7 goals. That's right, 7. Been an extraordinary game.
Can hear Lincoln Brown from the container bar all the way across the oval. Without doubt, that is Lincoln Brown.
Well, he has every right to celebrate this win, as do the whole of Dandarrigan. Williams with the clearance to half forward, off hands. Rava's lurking, bouncing off them. Brown, it falls to Rava. The moment is, and he misses. It hits the woodwork.
That could have been the best on ground medal, I think, if he kicked that. Jeez.
Oh. 9 times out of 10 he's getting that as well.
He's been unreal. On the full, I think.
Yeah.
That is.
Out of bounds on the full, it's coming straight back. And the free kick going the way of Ambrose Ryan, who spots it inside, just over the head of Rava. Cruising through was Scotney, throws it on the boot, off hands, bouncing ball. Jurien are able to relieve it. They go back. They're still under enormous pressure. Perceived pressure now. Brown is there. Dribbles it. Out. Dancing around a couple.
Jed Reinke. Is that second or third goal, I think?
It's all over now.
I think looking at that last passage of play, just the perceived pressure, there wasn't necessarily that much pressure on them, but during they felt the perceived pressure by the looks of that.
2 goals for him now, but he's been very good up forward, providing an option. They make amends for the 7-point loss in the second semi-final. Big
It's
effort.
interesting. Last year, Dandaragan won the second semi, went straight through the grand final, and obviously got beaten comprehensively by Jurien. And then this year, vice versa, Dandaragan has gone the long way through the prelim. So, not sure whether that week off is necessarily a good thing or not, or whether if you keep the momentum going of playing, maybe that helps. I'm not too sure.
Rain now starting to get a little heavy. A few droplets starting to fall. Waters rolls inside 50 and
Lorison again.
over the back. Lorison, who's done it at both ends. He's been solid in defence, also managed to sneak forward and gig a goal. Ryan was dealt with afterwards. Down the ground to Hunt, who took the mark anyway. Paul goes short. And there's been a 50-metre penalty picked out. Jamie Paul will be marched down the ground. He plays on immediately, goes inside the corridor, nice well-weighted kick, and running onto it well was Rowe. He's got options up forward, decides to ignore them for the moment and then spot up the kick and the mark taken. Solid mark by Riley Brown, who spotted the space in front of him, beat a couple as well on the way through. Good set of jukes on him. He'll go back to add himself to the score sheet. Yet to kick one of few that haven't for Dandaragan.
Through the midfield and forward, he's done well all year.
Probably needs to go left goal post with this one. He doesn't start it left enough. It's going to fall short. Doesn't even make the distance. And on the goal line, Hoskins retrieves it away. Savas leads the foot race, and then the boundary was also there, and a bit of push and shove late over on the outer side, right on the boundary. We saw almost an all-in brawl in the reserves earlier today up on the grass bank just down from us.
I feel like this wind might be deceiving. It seems to be swirling quite a bit.
Yeah. Gets over the back of both ruckmen, but it's going to come straight back for Dandaragan. Well, it's pretty cold down here at Lancelot.
That's just got real fresh.
Yeah.
That sea breeze is in.
Thrown straight back in.
In the back.
Up forward and in the back, yeah.
Bit ambitious there from JP.
Jugger Martin will get the, Bo Riley rather, will get the free kick. As the game starts to wind down, Hoskins into the middle of the ground. Britzo, it was over his head. Bouncing away with it was Lorison. Sends it inside 50. Pitched okay for Rankin, but he Ranky and couldn't quite get a hold of it. Nowhere to go for Boggess Spurn, so he puts it inside, and then Hoskins was there.
Pressure's on. Brava again.
Brava handed it away.
Good hit.
Good hit against Latham. Umpire circles, and there's a sling. And now tempers could start to flare a little bit. Both sides flying the flag. Margette's in there umpire's in there trying to break it up. It'll be a free kick for a swing.
Willow, first year player as well. I believe he's the nephew of the Foxes, Spud Farmers in Dandaragan, so good mates with Jack Raba. Very close, in fact. I think some of the boys question it at times, but he's been really good for the club this year as well.
James Williams, he's already got one today, and that was in the third quarter. In that flurry of goals, and it'll come back beautifully. And they get around him as they should. It's all over now. The reigning premiers have been dethroned. And the heavenly saints will be breaking the drought and taking the cup back to Dandaragan. No worries, mate. Go and enjoy the celebrations.
Come on, Dandy!
Thanks for joining us on Filming Footy. So, James Gardner to bring us home. I don't think there'd be too long left, you wouldn't imagine. It's been a few goals kicked in this quarter, nowhere near as many as in the third. From the restart, as this rain starts to really fall. Those who think commentary is a glamorous job, it's really not. Kenny on the left, chiselling ball, just a little too much air. Steers was able to cut it off. Boggensperger sends it to right half forward where Jeffrey was, and it was knocked away from him. He socketed it off the deck. Bestry picked it up off the ankles, handed it over. Boggensperger just couldn't hold on to it cleanly, and that sums up the day for Jurien. And the young Dandy fans in front of us will be very, very happy tonight and this afternoon. Wrapped up and into a brick wall there. We'll get a stoppage. In the forward 50 for Jurien, 16-8, plays 6-4. The third quarter really just ripped this game open in favour of the Saints. Hoskins backpedals, hands it to Steers, who's set on by 3 or 4, and he's gone. It's been a testament to their pressure. The Dandaragan Saints have not stopped trying all day. The barrel from Alice was solid, gets over the back of a couple. Now Renke, he's out, he's got the runner in Ryan Ford. Along with him is Scotney. It's his. The captain puts the icing on a very sweet cake. Although it hits the post. And so a minor score only. It looked good and just shaved the woodwork on the way through. Time begins to tick away. Eltenia. Latham goes short into the corridor. They've just been simply out-muscled and outplayed today, Jurien. No doubt about that. They've done it the hard way, Dandaragan. They lost by 5 points in the second semi, defeated Cervantes last week in the prelim. And they've been able to back up again and win comprehensively today. Lorison under pressure, went to clear it away and kicks it out of bounds on the full. Short ball inside was solid to Hoskins, and then spots the kick up, although spoilt away from the target in Waters. Knocks to the front, Waters tried to shrug around a couple. Eltenia's there, could be caught, in trouble, is holding the ball. The tackle pressure of Dandaragan has been off the charts today. Siren wouldn't be too far away to signal a great win. Rather, probably been best on. I've certainly got him for best on. In line for a pair of Archie thongs. Over the back, through a few sets of hands. Gooch. Straight up the chimney. Good luck setting yourself under that. Play on, says the umpire. Over and out. Just in front of us. Over the back from Bestry, who's battled hard in the ruck and won that battle. Brooks, his opposing number, with the clearing kick, but it's going to come back with Waters. Goes into the corridor, gave it way too much airtime there. Set Latham a task, although Latham was up to it and was able to withhold the challenge from Hunt. Sent it wide. Riley tried to paddle it in front of him. Slung around was Lorison, and there's a sling tackle. On the broadcast side, they go back to go forward, and it's going to come extremely wide to Ambrose Ryan. Able to now milk this clock right down. They congregate down on the bench of Dan Darrigan. Rowe at left half back. It's just been a 22 strong performance from Dan Darrigan. Yes, they've had their stars perform, but they've also had consistent performers right throughout the day. Hoskins, who's had plenty of the football, particularly early in the game, off the ankles. Waters on the right boot, screws it around inside 50 into the pocket. Somerville had to spoil instead of mark it. High up and under footy, just went straight up and over and out. Thrown back in. Rava has been so strong all day. Had an impact on the scoreboard, had an impact on the contest. When the game was there to be won in the third quarter, he was the man to do it for Dan Darrigan. And the main reason why the cup is heading across to Dandy. Hunt wins the ball away. Sets a task for Gooch. Boundary line's there. Centre wing, broadcast side, neutral territory. Palm down again. Brown flicked it over. Rava has been so good all day. Likewise, Kenny able to then link it over the top. Under a bit of pressure though, Scottney had a couple to beat. Had the peace of mind to get it to Kenny. He puts it into the flock of seagulls with a little toe poke, possibly taken high. Umpire saw it that way, and he'll get the free kick. Todd Kenny, left half forward, goes short. In the way was Britzo as this rain now just starts to blow straight into the face. Handballed away. Paul, Kenny, boundary. Been a very good performance from Dan Darrigan, particularly in this second half. It was an arm wrestle over the first and second quarters. They had leads at quarter time, half time and 3/4 time. Jurien fought hard in the first half, and it looked like at half time we were in for a really close contest. Rava in the meantime had other ideas. Boggensberger goes wide. Lands okay for Latham. Goes forward. Bouncing ball on the wing. Hardy. Wide sweeping handball by Ryan. Got it to Gooch. And goes short to Williams. Into the pocket they head. One-on-one contests ahead of the ball. Knocked away from Scottney. Was able to recover. Out the back door. Holding free kick. Going back the way of Anton Scottney, the co-captain. Still plenty of football to come from right across WA on Filming Footy. Make sure you keep across all the finals action in the GNFL, the North Midlands, the Onshore Cup Grand Final today. Bruce Rock tomorrow. Plenty of football still to be played out. In the meantime though, Scottney. There's the siren! The drought is over! Courtesy of a magnificent third quarter. The Saints are premiers in 2024. The cup is heading back to Dan Darrigan. With thanks to a 6-goal third term, the Saints are comprehensive victors. They march their way to the cup and right the wrongs of last year. Jurien fought hard, but just couldn't match the skill, pace and tenacity of the Dan Darrigan Saints. 16-10 to 6-4, the final score. Go through some of the goal scorers. Firstly, for the losing side, Injurian, Waters, Bestry, Britzer, Bailey, Eltenia, Somerville, all with 1. While for Dan Darrigan, they had a plethora of goal scorers. Rava with 3. Paul kicked 2. Ryan with 1. Lorison with 1. Helms kicked a couple. Renke kicked a couple late. Gooch with 1. Williams with a couple. And in the end, a comprehensive margin for the Dan Darrigan Saints here on Grand Final Day in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. A very, very good performance by the Saints. They get their revenge from last year. They break the drought, their first flag since 2007. Thank you very much for your company today. We could not have brought it to you without our fantastic sponsors: Bendigo Bank, Community Bank, Gingin and Lancelin, Endeavour Tavern Lancelin, Uniquip Electrical Supplies, Wealth Advisory and Wealth Advisory. Without them, we couldn't have had a broadcast. Thank you very much to Filming Footy. Thanks to Brody for doing the camera work. Thank you to all those at home who have watched wherever you are, around the state, Australia, all the world. Well done to the Lancelin Football Club for such a fantastic day of football. Julian won the reserves grand final, and now the drought is broken by the Saints, who go marching in to win their first cup since 2007. A comprehensive win. Dan Darrigan Saints are premiers in 2024. This has been James Gardner for Filming Footy. Thank you for watching the reserves and the league. We'll see you over the next few weeks as finals action continues right across the state here on Filming Footy.